What if the Cullens attended Hogwarts? Part 4. EPOV. My smile was huge. There were only two other people who could contend with me in that area: Jasper and Bella. Jasper, because he was picking up on the group's collective positivity, and Bella, because she was thrilled with her new acquirement. "Bella," Alice called, stopping the girl just before she could dash out onto the pitch, "I think you should take the shoes off. I don't want you messing them up." "Oh, right, of course. And lose the Newton ball, otherwise it might drop out of your pocket whilst you in the air." Bella did as instructed, replacing the heeled sandals with the plain flats handed to her by my sister. She then passed the Newton ball to Hermione, remembering her friend's earlier interest, before proceeding to dash out onto the grass, too giddy to do anything else. The firebolt hovered in midair as she released it from her grip, maintaining just the right height to be mounted. She swung her leg over the body, carefully arranging her robes to make herself more comfortable, and then she took off, whizzing away at impossible speed. "Damn," Rosalie exclaimed mentally. "That thing accelerates faster than a Bugatti Veyron." I don't know why my sister was so surprised we'd already seen firebolt capabilities during the Quidditch World Cup. Still, I suppose it was all easier to accept when it was a padded-up professional straddling the broomstick, rather than a fragile-looking student weighing little more than 110 pounds. "Relax, Edward," smiled Jasper, sensing my sudden nervousness. "Bella's going to be fine. She's not going to get hurt." I was grateful for my brother's calming influence, glad to be able to enjoy the sight of the zooming girl. She flew over the stands, increasing in altitude before flipping back on herself and rocketing down towards the ground. The moment she leveled out, she forced the broom in our direction, braking to a stop upon reaching us. "That was awesome," she squealed. The proclamation was reassuring. It was a rare thing whenever my Bella used that particular adjective. She usually went for words like fine, nice, good, or enjoyable. Clearly, she adored my gift. "I am glad you like it," I told her. "I am even more relieved that you accepted it. I thought I'd have to spend hours convincing you to even ride it." Ron snorted at that. "Mate, it's a firebolt. Even Bella's not that mental." I grinned, as did she, though her smile had mischievous edge to it, which I didn't fully understand until she next spoke. "Wanna race?" At her words, my body tensed. Was she being serious? Surely not. Firebolt or no firebolt, she did remember that I was a vampire, didn't she? I couldn't detect any sign that she was joking, though. I wanted to laugh, but I held back. "Where's the finishing line?" Her smile widened. "First one to the lake wins. On your mark." One leant forwards, my muscles coiling in preparation. "Get set go." Suddenly, I was gliding so quickly that the air gave a faint whistle as it brushed over my skin and clothes. Unfortunately for Bella, the firebolt needed 10 seconds to reach its full speed, whereas I could achieve maximum velocity almost instantly. I had a good 20 meters on her to begin with. That all changed, of course, as I reached the end of the pitch. I couldn't just cut over the top like she did. I had to take the exit and follow the stadium until I was on the correct side. Bella's shortcut meant that she managed to gain the lead. She glanced over her shoulder as we passed the castle, her grin brief yet wicked. I smirked confidently back at her, and pushed my body forwards with increasing speed. There could only be 100 meters left to go and we were neck and neck. "Still think you can win?" I laughed loudly. Her eyes narrowed at my question, but she refused to answer, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the handle tighter. That was when I decided it was time to end it. I felt the power washing through my muscles as I surged ahead, surpassing the broom in speed and securing my victory. I couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that Bella had considered, however briefly, that any creature, witch or otherwise, could defeat someone of my kind in a battle of this type. My good humor abruptly turned to shock as something hooked onto the hood of my robes, and I knew from the warmth it radiated against my neck that it could only be one of Bella's hands. I glanced over my shoulder, only seconds from the finishing line, but I didn't have time to make a comment before my opponent made her final move. Using all the strength her human muscles could muster, she swung herself forth, propelled by the combined force of my pull and the firebolt's thrust. I was too stunned to react. Only a second had passed when I regained the ability to do so, but by then, Bella had passed out of my reach. I did everything in my power to close the gap, but it was no use. She shot over the embankment and out onto the lake, her shoes skimming the surface as she flew, sending a fountain of water shooting up on either side. I stared ahead, watching Bella loop the loop, completely flabbergasted. A roll of booming laughter from behind suddenly broke the air. I turned slowly to face Emmett and the others, unable to pull my expression together. Bella landed behind me, throwing her arms around my neck. I can't believe it, man. Mr. Speedy Gonzalez just got outstripped by a girl. Look at his face, Jasper laughed. What a picture. I saw my expression in their minds. It was somewhere between distant, heartbroken, and incredulous. I couldn't believe it. Emmett was right. I think the main point, Ron puffed, is that a vampire just got outstripped by a witch. The laughing stopped immediately, whilst horror visibly replaced humor on the faces of my siblings. Emmett looked sick, like he'd eaten something bad and was suffering the consequences. Meanwhile, the humans were chuckling amongst themselves, enjoying the outcome of the race. A rematch, my brother demanded suddenly. Damn it, Edward, you have to set this right. Harry laughed at that. Just face it. Bella beat you fair and square. I'd hardly call that fair, Alice huffed. She didn't like that Team Vampire had lost any more than the rest of us. It's getting easier and easier to believe all the talk we've heard about Bella and her shameless methods. I turned to face the witch in question just as she finished sticking her tongue out at my peeved sister. I tried to detect some sign of guilt when her eyes finally landed on me, but they held nothing beyond satisfaction and amusement. I shook my head and laughed. Alice is right. You shameless. Her smile was brilliant, only when it comes to sports. I can say that I agree. My thoughts filled with the memory of the night she had agreed to marry me, lingering on the details of her attempt at seduction. Of course, those recollections led me to more recent ones, fresher images that had been conjured entirely by my own subconscious, shredded lace strewn across carpet, soft, naked flesh, flushed pink from exertion, fingernails pressing along my spine, enhancing pleasure, rather than inflicting pain, as they would have done against human skin, shallow gasps and sinful kisses, my name on her lips. Her lips, a voice whispered inside my head, trembling. What a delicious image. I tried to imagine it, the trembling. Everything trembling under the weight of love, neither of us able to withstand its intensity like foundations in an earthquake. Everything coming undone like shoelaces. Always trying to endure it all, to endure love, and failing, shaking like jelly, before the welcomed collapse. How else could it end, after all? How could either of us withstand it? We were two insects, ensnared together in an inescapable web. We could only fight against its hold for so long before we inevitably gave in, before we surrendered. I already had. A cough from Jasper pulled me from my reverie, just in time for me to acknowledge Bella's blush. Whilst part of my mind was reserved for enjoying the tempting vision she presented, another section of my brain was focused on my brother's contained laughter. My discomfort increased as he wagged his eyebrows at me. I knew you'd never last. I frowned. That hadn't been such a difficult prediction. Not even someone of Herculean self-control would have been able to resist that level of temptation for long. Impossible. And now, after I had finally given in to the dream girl, I was fully aware that any chance of resisting her again was out of the question. No sane man would want to. I remembered the first night I'd returned to her following my initial bite of the apple. To say I'd been impatient for sleep would have been a massive understatement, though my activities in the realms of subconsciousness made resisting the real thing all the more painful, especially when I knew it wouldn't take much persuasion to get what I wanted. I felt so unlike myself. Not so long ago, the roles had been in reverse. Maybe I am bewitched. I glanced over at Bella, who was once again inspecting her firebolt, and smiled. Yes, definitely bewitched. I shrugged off my musings and focused, once again, on enjoying the morning. Despite her excitement, Bella was considerate enough to allow the rest of us an opportunity to ride the firebolt. In truth, it was spectacular, far more exhilarating than driving fast cars, which was undoubtedly due to the fact that it wasn't limited to horizontal travel. We took turns nose diving, seeing how close we could get to the ground before we had to pull up. No matter how quickly we flew, the broom always made it, swerving with ease, seeming to obey our thoughts, rather than the pressure we exerted on the handle. I am going to have to buy one of those for myself, Emmett said later as we arrived at the ground floor divination classroom on the ground floor. We left the others to enjoy the rest of their free time, yet already I was anticipating my reunion with Bella. I could hardly wait for tryouts. I was reluctant to pull out of Ginny and Hermione's minds, since their current location allowed me such a wonderful view, but Firenze's lectures were always far too interesting. I was thirsty for knowledge of the magical world of Bella's world. Now, said Firenze, waving a hand at the starry ceiling. It had been transformed into a lifelike representation of the nighttime heavens, but I already knew from my observations that the image wasn't one of the current sky. The planets weren't in the right places for this time of year. What you see here is a picture of how the stars were arranged in the November of 1907. I am sure you are all aware of the First World War, whether you take Muggle studies or not. The Centaur was right. No matter how cut off the magical community was from the Muggle world, it would have been impossible for anyone to ignore the many thunderous explosions occurring during the attacks. I was sure that the wizards and witches of the time would have had no trouble defending their homes, but their eyes still would have been open to the destruction unfolding around them. Their grandchildren certainly seemed well informed, regardless. As I stretched out across the floor, enjoying the feeling of the cushioning grass beneath my body, I attempted to interpret the pattern above. Try as I might, however, my knowledge of planetary influence had been non-existent before my arrival at Hogwarts. Firenze pointed to one of the brighter stars, which I recognized as Mars. As I have said before, Mars is the bringer of war. This was the night that it started burning brightly. That alone would have been enough to catch the attention of my people. What made it even more unsettling, however, was that this began during the transit of Mercury. Lavender gasped dramatically, but I could tell by her thoughts that she had absolutely no idea what it all meant in relation to events on Earth. Can anyone guess at Mercury's significance? Alice confidently raised her hand, her eyes never straying from the celestial image. Yes, Miss Cullen, Mercury represents the laws of communication and rationality. I imagine its position during transit would link to international relations, suggesting a period of political significance. Correct. 2 points to Gryffindor. Nice, Jasper whispered, squeezing his wife's hand affectionately. She threw him a smile in return. I guess all that reading paid off. Does anyone here know enough about Muggle history to be able to explain the possible results of this phenomenon? I raised my hand, as did the rest of my siblings. This area was definitely one in which I could earn some points. Fortunately, I was given the chance. The Triple Entente was formed in 1907. It united the UK, France, and Russia against the Triple Alliance: Germany, Italy, and Austria-Hungary. The first decade of the 20th century gave birth to the arms race. Tensions were building on either side, thereby triggering further weaponry productions. Very good, Edward. Another 2 points to Gryffindor. As Mr. and Miss Cullen have indicated, the Centaur said, again addressing the class, the positioning of Mercury and Mars marked the coming war triggered by the growing distrust occurring between the nations. Could you have predicted the severity of the war, though? Emmett interrupted, truly enthralled with the current topic. Not initially, Firenze replied. He then pointed at another star to the left of Mars. That is Pluto. I am going to show you what happened after the transit. Watch closely. Suddenly, the stars began to move, altering their positions to depict what must have been a quarter of a year's progress. Slowly but surely, Mars moved closer to Pluto, its color gradually turning from yellow to red, until, finally, it was blocking the smaller star, burning fiercely, as if the two had actually collided to form a larger planet. What does Pluto govern? Firenze requested, a slightly somber note present in his voice. Parvati shuddered. Death. Precisely. But death is a given anyway in war, said Rosalie. True, but never before had the losses been so great. The two planets, here, appear to intersect. Had the war been on a smaller scale, I doubt that Pluto would have displayed anything of significance. He stopped for a few seconds then, his brow furrowing slightly as he considered his last statement. Perhaps I should rephrase. What I meant to say was, had Pluto failed to display any pattern of movement significant in relation to Mars, I doubt that the destruction would have reached the level that it did. It is us, after all, who are governed by the planets. We do not govern them. We spent the rest of the lesson discussing the movement of the stars during the war. I'd always considered astrology and the likes to be little more than a bogus means of conning superstitious fools. In all honesty, I still believed that, but I could see now that there was at least some truth in it. Although the stars and planets did not dictate the trivial matters discussed in horoscopes, I could no longer deny their influence on larger matters and events. "It's a good thing we don't actually have to sleep," Rosalie said as we made our way towards the arithmancy classroom. "Maybe then we'll be able to get through all this work." Firenze had set us a 20-inch essay, which was due in a fortnight. The task was centered around a specific date, which we would all be required to research and discuss. "We'll need to consult the astronomy records in the library first," said Alice. "Not tonight, though," I insisted. "Of course not. I don't plan on studying when it's Bella's birthday." Though I was determined to absorb as much information as possible during my next class, one section of my mind was preoccupied with monitoring Bella. Professor Fulplum had just started explaining the theory of human-to-animal transformation. "Now that you have all established your most basic instincts, you must bring them to the forefront of your mind. You must achieve a state by which they overtake everything." She swept her wand from left to right, causing the desks and chairs to press up against the walls on either side. She then turned her attention to the rolled-up carpet in front of her desk. It unfurled across the length of the room, leaving easily enough space for each student. The teacher indicated for her pupils to lie down, before she dimmed the lights and set a fire beneath the small cauldron sat on her desk. After a few seconds, amber smoke began creeping over edges, traveling upwards in wide spirals. "First, relax, close your eyes, clear your minds, and let down every defense. Become still." I was not the only one who detected the apparent discomfort Fulplum's instructions caused Bella. The professor herself spotted it too, noticing the way in which she played nervously with her fingers and gnawed at her lower lip. I shuffled to the edge of my seat. "She looks distressed. I wonder why." "Relax. Take deep slow breaths through your nose, and exhale through your mouth." Professor Fulplum kept her focus on Bella, much to my gratitude, watching as the girl closed her eyes and began the breathing exercise. I couldn't help myself. It was just too tempting. I focused my energies on locating Bella's voice, searching the area where I knew it should be. As usual, however, it was like hitting a brick wall, a shield impenetrable to all manner of attack. I immediately jumped back into Fulplum's mind, thankful that her focus hadn't drifted. Bella's eyes snapped open, a crease appearing directly between them, before they narrowed to slits. I repeated my attempts, unable to conceal my grin as Bella smirked. "Miss Swan," said the teacher, "is there something the matter?" No, Professor." "Well, then, I suggest you close your eyes and begin the exercise." Bella nodded, sighing in defeat as she lowered her lids, refusing to open them, even as I probed at her defenses, though I could tell from her expression that it annoyed her. Suddenly, however, her facial muscles relaxed. "Edward Cullen, you are in big trouble." I chuckled under my breath, provoking curious glances from my siblings. "I mean it," she promised. "This is completely unfair. How am I supposed to clear my mind when I am worrying about you and what you might hear?" "Grr, if you're still listening, stop. I need to concentrate, though surely concentrating on thinking about nothing means you rethinking about something." She continued to infuriate herself, too anxious with her current state to successfully sink into a state of mental calm. I knew I should have felt guilty about invading her thoughts, but I so rarely got to hear them that my fascination overrode everything else. "This is ridiculous," she reasoned. "How is it that an experienced Cullens can gain control of her mind? Why do we have to let down our defenses anyway? What good will that do me?" She huffed lowly, before inhaling deeply through her nose, concentrating on the incense and its peculiar aroma. Its effects were almost immediate, and it wasn't long before Bella's mind finally reached a gentle tranquility. Smells sweet yet piney." Professor Fulplum interrupted the silence then, making sure to keep her voice as calm and soothing as possible. "When you feel you've finally reached a peaceful state, I want you to concentrate on a strong memory, one where your instincts were at their strongest. You must not, however, allow yourself to be overcome by emotion, only instinct. Emotion is human, instinct is animal. Focus on your instincts. With every fiber of your being, long to give in to them." This was sure to be interesting. Images erupted behind Bella's eyelids, regretful ones from a distant nightmare. Jane. Edward. Saeed Professor Vector, demanding my attention, is there any particular reason why you seem intent on crushing the furniture? Her expression, though puzzled, was also slightly entertained. I looked down to where my fingers gripped the side of my desk. The wood was crumbling away under the pressure of my clutch, a large piece breaking off entirely as I withdrew my hand. Sorry, miss, I didn't realize. And here I was thinking that you vampires were supposed to be sharp. She tutted, repairing the desk with a simple flick of her wand. I used to be. After the woman had resumed her lecture on calendrical fortune, I returned my attention to Bella, though I reserved half of it for following Vector's discussion. The memory was difficult to withstand. Part of me wanted to recoil to withdraw from the recollections of the time when I had stupidly placed Bella in life-threatening danger, but I didn't know how much longer I'd be able to enjoy the benefits of no occlumency. The young vampire's smile provoked a powerful anger in Bella, an anger which surely would keep her from achieving her goal. She inhaled another lungful of perfumed air, and the image shifted once more, replacing it instead with my crumpled, tortured expression, as I kneeled on the floor of that horrid, deathly chamber. I sat frozen as her rage transformed into horror, as if she were actually viewing the spectacle again. Stop. Stop it, you hurting him. Edward. I didn't understand. Why was she suddenly so frightened? The terror was there. It was clear in her voice, in the blood-curdling scream that she held behind her lips, and I could tell from her thoughts that she was losing sight of what was and wasn't real. It was almost like she'd been pulled into some kind of trance, detached from reality by vivid colors and hypnotic sounds, ones that did not belong in the Transfiguration classroom. Suddenly, a splodge of red formed behind her eyes, the same kind a human attains after glaring at a bright light for an extended period of time. It started out the size of a pinprick, but gradually grew, twisting and pulsing to the rhythm of her heart, which was strong in her ears, abruptly increasing its pace. The scarlet splodge developed with each beat, feeding off it like an embryo, gradually gaining shape until, finally, its form became fixed, defined, unmistakable. Lioness. My breath caught as the hammering quickened, animating the creature, filling it with an energy so powerful that it longed for an outlet. All of a sudden, a violent, primitive sound crashed against the girl's eardrums, startling her from her abstraction. Her eyes snapped open and she gasped aloud, shocked by the sight that met her. Somehow, she had managed to draw the attention of every witch and wizard in the room. Those who had initially been laid out nearby had slyly shuffled away, seeming too shaken and afraid to remain close to her. Their cowardice irritated me. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione had held their place, though they all wore expressions equal in shock to those of their classmates. The thoughts of the students had been cast into pandemonium, becoming far too loud to ignore. How the hell did she do that? Wondered Justin Finch Fletchley. It had to be a joke, Padma told herself. It had to be. Hermione's thoughts were just as skeptical. Surely not after just half an hour's practice. It can take years to achieve animagus status. To see even the first sign of progress would need months. What are they all staring at? Bella whispered to Ron. He gaped at her incredulously, unable to respond. Harry had to answer on his behalf. Bella, you were growling. Growling. That was me. Ron nodded. Only it sounded more like a tiger, or a lion. When it finally became clear to the others that she was not about to transform into some kind of terrifying predator, they seemed to relax, but it was far too easy to see that they were all still completely unnerved. Miss Swan, said Professor Fulplume, would you mind accompanying me outside, please? The rest of you may resume the exercise. Bella followed the golden-haired woman out into the corridor, curious as to her intent. At the same time, she was itching to rebuild her mental defenses. The teacher regarded Bella carefully, her eyes narrowing in thought. Finally, however, she exhaled heavily and addressed her student. Bella, have you practiced this kind of magic before? No. Why? Because what you just did takes most wizards half a year. Well, it's just that you were very near to undergoing the transformation. It should have taken you months to get to the stage you just reached, yet you did it in less than an hour. Are you sure you've never practiced these kind of exercises? At first, Bella was too stunned to reply. Eventually, however, she managed to regain her ability to speak. I've never tried to transform myself into an animal before, but I do have practice in exercising my mind. I am an Cullens. The professor's eyebrows rose halfway up her head, surprised by the divulgence. Really? Yes, I learned a couple of years ago. It took me 9 months to get right. Do you think that could have contributed? I suppose it's possible. Exercising the mind in one discipline makes it easier to perform well in others. It's like being able to throw further after lifting weights. Still, that wouldn't enable you to advance to this level so quickly. A few more moments of meditation and... She shook her head confusedly, before gnawing at her lower lip, her eyes never straying from Bella. Finally, she spoke, careful in her efforts to avoid offending her pupil. I know this is a rather personal question. Feel free to tell me to mind my own business if it makes you feel uncomfortable in any way, but may I ask what memory did you concentrate on during the exercise? Bella ran a hand through her hair, reluctant to share her experience with the professor. Her eagerness to develop her skills, however, overruled everything else. I don't have to tell her the details, she decided. I only need to give her a vague idea. Earlier this year, I met a rather fearsome vampire whilst traveling with Edward and Alice. I smiled grimly at her use of the term traveling. If only it had been the sightseeing adventure Philomela was currently envisioning. She had the ability to inflict pain on her victims, as if she were using the Cruciatus curse. Her powers were ineffective against me, because I am an Cullens, but they worked on Edward. I had to watch her torture him, and the whole time I was wishing that I'd had the strength to stop it from happening. You'd be surprised how many times I've wished for that to be stronger to be able to protect my family, but I suppose that's just what happens when you constantly placing your loved ones in danger. With any luck, maybe I'll learn how to morph into a dragon. That would be an exceptionally useful skill for someone like me. I smiled. Esme and Carlyle told me about your unfortunate meeting with the newborns, the professor admitted, provoking another surge of surprise. And by the sounds of it, you've had even more to deal with. Maybe that's why you're finding this so easy. Those kind of experience would sharpen anyone's instincts. Bella blushed lightly, her cheeks tinting a delicious shade of pink. Hopefully, some good will have come of it, then. What do you think I should do? She asked. The teacher shrugged. Continue to practice. The only thing that seems to be holding you back is your subconscious hesitance to let go of humanity, hence the reason why you recoiled from your own growl. Are you sure that wasn't just shock? I doubt it. Everyone has difficulty in that area. Whether you can find your inner creature immediately or not doesn't erase the fact that being human is all you've ever known. Letting go of that for the first time isn't easy for anyone. Having said that, with a little practice, I see no reason why we shouldn't be registering you as an animagus in the next few months. Or weeks, Philomela added, excited by the prospect. A sudden warmth swept through my body as I witnessed Bella's reaction, erasing the chill that the unfortunate memories had brought. She was overjoyed with her teacher's confident prediction. And you're sure it wasn't just a fluke? I am sure, the woman laughed. No one flukes that well. You might want to use some copal when you practice though. It's useful for learning. A trance-like state is generally the best way to explore your buried instincts. Definitely a helpful tool for speeding up the process. Copal, is that what you were burning? Bella queried. Professor Folkloom nodded. The resin is in a box on my desk. Take some when you leave, find a quiet place to practice later on, and try to redo what you did in this session, only, next time, don't shrink back instead, just allow it all to happen. All right, Bella agreed, ready to follow the Transfiguration teacher back into the hazy classroom. Oh, 1 second, Professor. There's something else I wanted to ask. You said we had to lower all our defenses. Does that include occlumency? Philomela smiled lightly, evidently amused. It's just that, well, it actually makes me really uncomfortable. I've been doing it for so long. Yes, that's quite understandable, but, unfortunately, Miss Swan, it's just something you're going to have to get used to if you want to be successful in this area. Excellent. In order to make the transition, you must let go of anything tying you to your humanity, whether it be magical or non-magical. Do you think animals are concerned about protecting their minds? She asked rhetorically. The only thing they really care about is preserving their bodies. Survival of the fittest and all that. Bella sighed, but nodded in surrender. Why does it make you so anxious anyway? It's not as if your mind is in danger in this place. Who would hurt you? No one, the beautiful witch responded, a smirk creeping its way onto her face, but that doesn't erase the fact that a certain someone is probably listening in on me. Ah, your fiancé. My mood soared. I really like that. Yes, indeed, I can see how that would make things awkward. Only for me, said Bella. He loves getting inside my head. The professor laughed once. Well, if you planning on becoming an animagus, you just going to have to put up with it for a while. You don't really have much of a choice, I am afraid. I thought she'd say that, my fiancé grumbled, following her teacher back into the noisy classroom, where the other students were still busying themselves with discussing the unexpected display. They quietened under the disapproving gaze of Professor Folkloom, quickly sinking back into their meditations. Although Bella joined them, she couldn't seem to settle back into the exercise. She was too concerned for her intimidated classmates, reluctant to re-enter the trance in case another feral roar forced its way through her lips. I should wait until later, she told herself. Maybe I could go to the room of requirement tomorrow and try it then. I'd rather spend time with Edward, though. Maybe he could come with me. On second thought, that would probably make it more tempting for him to listen. I wonder if he's still doing it, Edward. I smiled. Was she expecting an answer? This occurred to her the second after she'd said my name. After a moment of embarrassment, she continued. What I wouldn't give to be able to read people's minds then, maybe, we'd be able to talk to each other when we knock together. That would be so convenient. She'd been pondering that for a few extra minutes, wondering whether or not there was any way for a witch or wizard to learn my skill, when she suddenly had an idea. I've had a brainwave. I think I've figured out a way we can communicate. Edward, if you're listening, I am going to ask you a question, and then rebuild my defenses. Prod once for yes, or twice for no. I hope this works. Edward, are you there? She quickly got to work on closing her mind, achieving her goal within mere seconds. The instant she disappeared off my radar, I concentrated on the spot I knew she should be, and asserted the pressure of my ability, maintaining my efforts until her mind reopened. That's a yes, she exulted. Maybe this can work. Alright, let's test. No, are you secretly a duck? I laughed into my robes, the force of my amusement causing the desk to shake. Once again, Bella's thoughts disappeared, and once again simply because I liked to tease her I prodded once. Very funny. I'd thought so. When had I become so immature? Alright, are you in love with Pansy Parkinson? This time, after the blank spot appeared, I prodded once, like before, and then withdrew, before reattempting my invasion. No, that's great. Well, you know great that this is working. Maybe I should learn Morse code. Do you know it? 1 prod. How do you say SOS? 3 short prods, 3 long ones, and another 3 short ones. Interesting. Are you enjoying your day so far? If only she knew. I told her yes. And how about the others? Are they finding it interesting too? Yes. I don't suppose you were listening about 15 minutes ago, when we were all slipping into trances. Yes. I've been trying to figure out what happened, but it's all a bit hazy, like a dream. It felt as if my mind was disconnected from my body. I remember the colors a little, and there was a shape, but it's still unclear. Did you see it? Yes. You know the form I am going to take. It wasn't a question. Yes. I waited impatiently for her to let me back in, wondering all the while what she could possibly be thinking. Finally, however, her mind reopened. It's the same as my Patronus, isn't it? Yes. Though Bella allowed me back inside after that, she did not ask me any further questions, for she was too distracted by ponderings of the recent revelation. I could understand. It wasn't the easiest thing to accept that my soft and gentle Bella would one day transform into a strong and deadly predator, one that would need no venom to be formed. Eventually, her wonderings drifted into serene daydreams, ones of the two of us together, lying side by side in our fragrant meadow, gazing up at clear, blue skies. I was almost invisible to the humans as I flew to meet her at the end of class. There was something irresistible to me about Bella's mind. Listening to it only fueled the love I had for her. She seemed to be thinking along the same wavelength, springing into my embrace the second she caught sight of me. I leaned down to whisper in her ear, pleased that her heart still responded to me in the same way it had during those first few months in Forks. Well, that was interesting. Which part? Her breathing became rapid and shallow as I skimmed her neck with the tip of my nose, and I had to remind her to inhale properly. All of it. The part where you terrified the entire class was especially fascinating. I liked your roar. That was impressive. My comment triggered a delicious pooling of blood in her cheeks, and she quickly changed the subject. And our exchange. I chuckled. At every school I attended, I always saw it happening, people passing notes, absorbed in the high school drama dominating their lives. I used to think them childish. Maybe it was, but I think I understand it all a little better now. There's definitely something exciting about doing things you shouldn't. That's what it reminded me of. Passing notes. You know, Edward, Bella responded, you resounding less like a century-year-old man with every day that passes. Old man. I smirked, cocking an eyebrow. Her lips pressed into a hard line as she tried to suppress a round of laughter. Once her expression had relaxed, however, she became more serious. You seem more like a teenager. You always had to work so hard in Forks, but here the act is gone. You just fit. You belong here, with us. I was suddenly overwhelmed by a fresh wave of gratitude, not only for Bella's kind words, but because she had given me all of it. She was right, never had I found a place before where I could be myself like I could be at Hogwarts. It didn't seem to matter that I was a vampire. Here, amongst the many witches and wizards, at least where my family and I were concerned, that word was just a noun. I pulled Bella against my chest, and wrapped my arms firmly around her. I belong with you. I was surprised by the conviction my voice held. I loved Bella with every particle of my being, but never before had I been able to accept that truth. The constant presence of venom had made it impossible. How could you belong with someone when part of you constantly wanted to kill them? And, of course, I had always dreaded Bella's desire to become like me, especially when that meant that she, too, would forever feel the fiery burn of her own potent poison. Now, I knew that didn't have to be the case. That alone made it far easier to believe the words. The additional plus was that, as a vegetarian vampire, Bella wouldn't have to ostracize herself from the society she had come to love. She would be able to remain a part of it, never having to give up her friends. And, then, I remembered the most important thing: the transformation would rob her of the very thing my sister so desperately wanted. Doubt overtook the joy, guilt overtook the doubt, and, finally, I was battling a terrible sadness. That, however, wasn't something I wanted Bella to see, especially not on her birthday, so I swiftly pushed my depressing thoughts aside, determined to make the event a happy one. We practiced our new form of communication at dinner. Jasper eyed me suspiciously the entire time, confused whenever Bella's interesting thoughts and questions threatened to shatter my mask. My brothers and sisters were oblivious to the silent conversation. Even Alice, my usual partner for similar interactions, did not pick up on the exchange. A lioness animagus, Bella mused. I kind of like it. I cocked an eyebrow. Her lips twitched at the corners. Apparently, vegetarian vampires enjoy chasing lions. Something deep inside me started burning. I couldn't tell what fueled it: Bella's sudden flirtatiousness, or the desire for the hunt. I was a vampire, after all. The hunt was irresistible to every single one of my kind. All our cravings were tied to it. It defined us, forming our most basic and underlying impulses. I couldn't imagine, therefore, anything that would yield a greater rush than that which would come from pursuing Bella. I'd never risk it, of course, even if I did have dragon's blood to take advantage of. Nowadays still, the idea was difficult to resist. One very forceful prod. We both grinned. For some reason I couldn't guess it though, hers faded almost instantly. I reached under the table to intertwine our fingers, squeezing gently at her hand. She smiled again, but it was too sad to placate me. She sighed as I tried to wriggle my way in to find a crack to slip through. I just wish we had more time to spend alone. I love that we're here together, but I miss having you to myself. Now it was my turn to sigh. She was right, of course. It was the only disadvantage of living at Hogwarts, though a big enough problem that it bothered the rest of my family. I made a snap decision, rising to my feet in one fluid motion. Hermione jumped at the swift movement. Edward, It's nothing, I said, eyeing Bella's empty plate. There's just something I want to do. I bid my friends and siblings farewell, whilst simultaneously applying pressure to Bella's shield, knowing she'd understand. I'll come with you. I could feel the eyes of my family on us as we walked from the room, provoked into suspicion by our strange behavior. They just want some time together, Alice told them quietly after her vision had passed. My next and final class wasn't until 3 o'clock, but Bella only had until 2, and then she would have to depart for charms, which would precede her defense lesson. We had only another hour, therefore, to enjoy our time alone. Still, after weeks of no privacy, I'd take what I could get. What exactly did you ask it for? Bella chuckled, eyeing the colossal 4-poster at the center of the room. Apparently, the room of requirement was a bit of an insinuator, either that, or it possessed a cruel sense of humor. The bed itself hadn't been enough. It had also felt the need to litter the furniture with red rose petals, which cast a shocking contrast against the chalky fabric. In the far right-hand corner, an enormous, silver harp was playing itself, strumming a slow and gentle melody. I frowned at the bed as I replied, I only told it we needed a place to be alone together. It came up with that on its own. Bella laughed lightly, pulling me towards it so we could lie down. It's like a furnace in here, she stated, shuffling closer to me. I glared at the burning fire. I know what you're trying to do. It's not going to work. Bella's hand snaked into my robes, her fingers fanning across my chest as she searched for something cool to counteract the heat. I could practically hear the room laughing at me. Oh, never mind, I wanted to tell myself. It doesn't matter that your shirt's somehow managed to end up on the floor, Edward. It doesn't matter that you can seem to keep your hands to yourself. This is fine, all fine. As the hour drew on, Bella's anxieties regarding her exposed mind seemed to vanish entirely. I think she was beginning to realize that I became much more compliant when I had to battle our combined desires. Despite the proximity of my icy torso, tiny beads of perspiration began forming on the back of her neck. When I began removing her shirt, I told myself I was only doing it to make her more comfortable. Yeah, right, the room practically snorted. I growled, though at what I wasn't entirely sure. Maybe it was in response to the room, which seemed to be in cahoots with the devil on my shoulder, or maybe it was a reaction to the irresistible workings of Bella's fingertips as they played along my spine, just as they had in my dreams. Whatever the reason, the sound only seemed to incite her further. She wrapped her legs around my waist, and pressed her mouth to my neck. It was heaven, and it was hell heaven because I had never felt anything so incredible in my entire existence, and hell, because I wanted to take it further, though I knew that I shouldn't. I wanted to peel away the offensive white silk concealing her chest, but there were still a few shreds of self-control fighting to keep me in check. Rosalie and Alice had been right about one thing: reveal enough, conceal the rest, and you had the perfect recipe for sending a man insane. Initially, I hadn't been able to pinpoint the exact moment when the madness had been conceived, but the memory of my sisters conspiring put it fresh in my mind. Everything had been put in motion the second I'd first seen Bella walking into the water. In that suit, maddening. I like it here, she said breathlessly. Was my only response. I was far too busy planting kisses on her left hip bone, pushing my boundaries once again. Maybe we could sneak back one night. We wouldn't get caught, not when we have your radar. Tempting, I answered roughly, edging my way back upwards. When my face was hovering over hers, I leaned in to kiss her. She closed her eyes in anticipation, inhaling my scent. I smiled and nudged her nose with my own, pulling back slightly when she tried to catch my lips. A small sound of complaint escaped her, growing louder as I persisted in my teasing antics. I smiled again, but, this time, complied with her wishes. Well, she asked, unwilling to break the kiss. Well, what? I murmured against her. Can we come back here later, when we have more time? I pushed once, enjoying the idea more than I should. In the next second, however, my more noble side began to argue. Imagine what could happen, it protested. You're hanging by a thread as it is. Go away, I told it. Doesn't Bella deserve better than this, better than a bunk up in a school? I pushed once more, and she broke the kiss as a result. Why not? I sighed heavily. Bella, I only have so much self-control. Any more of this and I'll lose it completely. That's kind of the point, she grumbled. Rolling to the left, I positioned myself alongside her, resting my weight on my elbows. I was under the impression that you wanted to wait. She blushed under my gaze, and nervously ran a hand through her hair. It's getting harder, she admitted finally. Don't I know it? I was just about to answer her when the clock chimed 2:15, officially announcing the end of our time together. Sighing, I reapplied my shirt and robes, before sitting back down on the bed, waiting for Bella to do the same. I watched her the entire time, my eyes tracing along the ridge of her spine as she bent for her clothes, and then up her torso as she turned to face me. Sooner or later, I told her, my eyes lingering on the still exposed skin, you're going to drive me wild. She smiled and shook her head. I think you'll find that's my line. She threaded her fingers through mine, then, and together we left the room of requirement. I walked her to Professor Flitwick's classroom, before retreating back to the common room, where the others were busy with their homework. I didn't try to force entry into Bella's mind again. Though I loved those occasional opportunities when I was granted access, it really did make things all the more difficult. Her renewed mental silence meant that by the time our classes ended in my case ancient runes, and in her defense against the dark arts, the only thing on my mind was the imminent Quidditch trial. After rendezvousing back in Gryffindor Tower, we all walked down to the pitch together. It wasn't just the usual crowd. Almost everyone in the house was attending, either to cheer on their friends or because they wanted to make the team. Emmett tried to quiz Bella on her game plan, but he failed to extract anything of interest. The change she seemed to undergo in the minutes before she was due to fly off was staggering. Usually, she had a very friendly air about her, a very genial attitude, making her easily approachable. Now, however, that had been buried beneath an expressionless mask. Only her eyes hinted at the concealed determination. They were hard like stones, narrowing by an almost undetectable amount as they roamed over the people filing out onto the turf. She's assessing the competition, Jasper thought approvingly, trying to predict their individual strengths and weaknesses. He analyzed her mood, determining whether it matched the hard exterior. Calm but not complacent. That's good. What was even more intriguing was the way the other contenders seemed to respond to her. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th-year students gave her a wide berth, preferring not to get too close. Even the older witches and wizards looked a little intimidated. You'd better get going, Bella, said Alice, her eyes focused on the growing crowd. Good luck, I whispered, kissing her lightly on the cheek. She blinked at the contact, seeming to remember my presence. Her expression softened, but became nervous in the same moment. Well, thanks. I guess I'd better be off then. Emmett nodded and laughed. Go get Tiger. After one final blush, she walked away from the sidelines and out into the center, taking her place by Ginny and Ron. We joined the other spectators then, climbing the stands until we reached Hermione, Neville and Luna. They happily waved us over, once again unfazed by our vampire status. For the first exercise, Harry split the crowd into groups of 10, ordering them to complete one lap around the pitch so that they could be assessed on their basic flying abilities. The first group was made up mostly of first years. Out of the 10, only 2 managed to make the entire circuit, though their flight was slow and their balance shaky. The rest either crashed back down onto the turf, or somehow managed to collide with the stands. One spectator ended up with a broken nose and had to leave for the hospital wing after an out-of-control 11-year-old had smashed directly into him. The second group was just about to take off when someone went dashing out onto the pitch, panting heavily. I am not too late, am I? I would have gotten here earlier, but I got hit in the head with a fanged frisbee. Rosalie beamed at the sight of the boy. Amicus. Her thoughts became more concerned as the scent of fresh blood reached us, her worry amplifying when the boy's head turned. There was a huge gash on the side of his head, and a small section of hair was wet with blood, shining red as it reflected the light. When Harry asked him if he thought he should go see Madame Pomfrey, the boy refused, and said, "It's just a scratch." Harry, impressed with Amicus' dedicated attitude, decided not to send him back to the castle, instead performing a spell to stop the crimson flow. The injury certainly hadn't seemed to affect the boy's abilities. When the third group took to the skies, Amicus soared upwards with them, overtaking the other third years and stealing the lead. His movements were fast and smooth, and even the more experienced students seemed impressed by his lap. There was only one other third year who could contend with him, a pale-skinned girl with poker-straight, jet-black hair. Her blue eyes were almond-shaped, giving her a look that was slightly exotic. I had seen her before in the common room, and knew that the two were good friends. She had been one of the students that had been waiting on the platform for Amicus to finish speaking with us. She was both agile and graceful, completing her circuit with ease. The girl and the boy high-fived upon landing, pleased with their performance. When it was finally time for Bella to take her turn, as expected, she soared flawlessly around the pitch. I'd already witnessed her broom control before, though, so I wasn't exactly surprised. Naturally, she made it through to the next round. During the next stage, the students were sorted into groups, according to the position they were trying for. The first to be assessed were the keepers. There were 7 candidates competing for the role, and each had to take their turn in front of the hoops. Hermione had almost chewed off all her fingernails by the time Ron had taken his turn. Luckily, he managed to save all 5, but so did another boy by the name of Brian O'Neilly, which put Harry in a bit of a sticky situation. He very much wanted to award the honor to his best friend, but he knew that he couldn't be seen to be operating on favoritism. I'll just have to think of a good way to word it, he decided. Next up were the beaters. I wasn't the only one surprised to see Amicus in this group. Considering his size and stature, I would have thought him more of a chaser. He looked even smaller alongside the older boys, most of whom were tall and broad-chested. He didn't seem to mind or notice that he was at a severe disadvantage. Poor kid, Emmett said sympathetically. He doesn't stand a chance. My brother couldn't have been more wrong. Apparently, in the wizarding world, mighty forces came in unexpected packages. Though he possessed far less muscle than the others, it didn't seem to affect his swing. Perhaps the competitors did have a slight edge in that department, but he surpassed every one of them when it came to aim in that area. He was impeccable. Only the acceleration of the firebolt could save Harry after Amicus blasted a bludger at him. This was just one of those times when I was hugely grateful for being a mind reader. It was great to be able to see it all through Harry's eyes to discover the qualities he valued the most in Quidditch players. This is going to be difficult, he thought. A stronger, more experienced player, or should I take a risk? Strong and experienced or new potential? He was still undecided when the chasers took to the air. Alice and Rosalie clapped frantically, whilst my brothers and I shuffled forwards, perching ourselves on the edge of the bench, elbows on knees, hands supporting chins. All right, Harry called, I need to know how good you are at passing and catching, so I am going to split you all into 2 separate teams. I am giving you 15 minutes. Ignore the hoops. Your only objective is to keep your team in possession of the quaffle for as long as possible. In total, there were 12 students contending for the chaser positions, giving 2 teams of 6. Bella and Ginny were playing for the same side, so both were wearing red bibs, thereby ensuring that they and their teammates weren't confused with the other players. On the other team, there was Dean Thomas, along with Amicus' friend, who I learned was named Viola Knight. They wore yellow bibs. Get ready for it, said Harry, holding the ball out in front of him, preparing to release it into the air. I couldn't remember how to breathe. The rest of my family seemed to be having the same problem. With one determined blow of the whistle, Harry launched the ball forwards, sending it flying into the center. I wasn't prepared for the absolute ferocity of the players. The second the quaffle was free, they rocketed towards it like wild predators battling for a kill. As far as I knew, though, there was only one lioness amongst them. Part of my brain registered that we were all screaming like maniacs when Bella swiped the target from the air. The others flew towards her like missiles, their eyes locked on the quaffle, but all efforts proved futile against her nimble swerves and deadly speed. Ginny flew ahead as Bella surged across the pitch, catching the ball with the precision of a professional. The red-haired girl soon sent it back, giving her friend the opportunity to demonstrate her catching abilities, which turned out to be equally impeccable. The opposing players rocketed towards her, their knuckles whitening as they gripped their brooms, pushing them to full speed. It was difficult to believe that someone as small as Alice could be so loud. When Bella responded to the charge, flipping into the hammerhead and plummeting towards the pitch. My pixie-like sister was jumping on the bench, arms waving madly in the air, chanting, "Come on. Come on. Show MWHOS boss." And, then, when no one seemed to be able to snatch the ball from either Bella or Ginny, Rosalie joined in. "Yeah," they screamed together, whooping like lunatics. For the first 2 minutes, the girls were the only players to lay a hand on the ball. They passed it back and forth, untouchable in their flight. It didn't take long, therefore, for my siblings and I to grasp why they commanded such respect from the other students. They were airborne warriors dancers in a lightning waltz performing at a level way beyond the rest. I relaxed back against the bench, unable to tear my eyes from the focal point of my world. Bella's mahogany hair thrashed about her face as it fought against the wind. The intensity had yet to disappear from her determined eyes. I stared at her in awe, marveling at her violent beauty. It screamed at me louder than ever before, pulling me deeper into love, if that was at all possible. "She looks fierce," Emmett noted, evidently impressed. I nodded in agreement. "She looks incredible. Why isn't she or Ginny passing to their other teammates?" Neville wondered. I was fairly sure that I knew the answer. Hermione confirmed it for me. "They want to establish themselves first. Another minute of this and no one will be able to question their right to be on the team." Her theory proved to be accurate. Though I couldn't read Bella's fortress of a mind, Ginny's told me everything I needed to know. They signaled to each other with hand gestures. Once they were satisfied they demonstrated enough skill, immediately after which, Bella passed the quaffle to Abe Broderick, a 6th-year student flying a clean sweep 11. Though her aim was nothing short of perfect, his catching abilities left a lot to be desired, and his grip failed the second the ball touched his hands. Viola's reaction was immediate. She swooped in like an eagle, snatching it from the air to gain possession for her team. Abe tried to redeem himself by stealing it back, but all he managed to do was to crash into Alverdine Sinclair. Luckily, however, both were able to regain their balance. Viola passed to Dean, who passed to Natalie MacDonald. The yellow team were only in possession of the quaffle for 32 seconds when Ginny stole it back. She passed it to another red player, who caught it easily with a graceful sweep of her arm. The only problem was her throw. When she tried to send it back to Bella, the ball fell short, so that Ginny had to fly in to protect it from the yellows. As the exercise unfolded, it became obvious that only 2 others amongst the 12 had the potential to achieve the same level as the girls. Harry was torn. On the one hand, Dean was both experienced and well coordinated. On the other, Viola Knight had raw talent. There was a 5-year age gap existing between the two, yet the younger was just as skilled as the adult wizard. "It's a risk," the captain reasoned. "She could go to pieces when we come to the actual matches. Then again, she could be brilliant." Bella was in her 3rd year when she got in, and she was roughly on the same level back then. "With a bit of work." "Beaters," he yelled, swooping down towards the ground, "get your bibs on. This is your last chance to show me why you deserve a place on the team." After the students had joined the other players, Harry released the bludgers. One raced towards Viola, who swerved out of its path, whilst the other fired at Bella. She didn't need to dodge like the 3rd year, because Jimmy Peaks smacked it, of course, sending it in the direction of yellow, male contender. Unfortunately, the nearest rival beater wasn't fast enough to defend his teammate. The bludger smashed into the boy's arm, resulting in a sickening crunch. The injury, which could be nothing other than a broken arm, meant that both the wounded student and the failed beater were out of the running. I was so focused on the flyers that I didn't notice the group of Slytherins edging their way around the stands. "Edward," Alice warned, her eyes locked on the scheming 7. I very nearly pounced off my seat when they began screaming abuse at those above, targeting Bella, Ginny, Harry and Ron more than any of the others. My sister stopped me, though, her fingers closing around my arm to hold me in place. "Don T," she ordered, appeasing me with a very satisfying vision. I smiled widely, and relaxed back against the bench. 10 seconds later, Goyle, the largest of the party, was lying unconscious against the floor, a small bump already visible on his forehead. "I love that kid," Emmett boomed, shaking with laughter as he grinned up at Amicus Fortison, who, quite effectively, had just secured his place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team by aiming a bludger at the offending Slytherins. At 5:45, Harry blew the whistle, and the players descended onto the pitch. He politely congratulated them all on their performances, before turning his attention to announcing the names of the successful candidates. "Sorry, Brian, you were absolutely great, but since you couldn't outperform Ron, I have to select him on account of his previous experience. You should definitely try out next year, though. I'll put in a good word for you with the next captain." Though the boy was clearly disappointed, he accepted the decision without question, grateful that he had at least made a good impression. The chosen beaters are Jimmy Peaks and Amicus Fortison. "Yes," the third year cried victoriously, before shaking the hand of his new teammate. "Thanks so much, Harry." "No problem. You definitely earned it. Look how happy he is," Rosalie smiled. "I am so glad he made it." Finally, the chasers Harry walked along the line of hopefuls, resolved in his decision. He stopped upon reaching Viola, and held out his hand. "Welcome to the team." The girl's mouth broke into an ecstatic smile, and she grasped Harry's hand with eagerness, her eyes filling with tears which she quickly blinked back. Amicus rushed to her side as Harry walked away, pulling his friend into a congratulatory hug. By the time the Gryffindor captain reached Bella and Ginny, my brothers, sisters and I were standing on the sidelines. I'd let her have her moment, and then I'd have her in my arms. "Obviously, you read both in." The effects of his words were immediate. The girls burst into happy laughter, embracing one another in tight hugs, before turning to face the runners-up, all of whom were clapping appreciatively, unable to deny the justice of the decision. Ron ran up behind them, patting both girls firmly on the back. "I knew you'd do it. That was brilliant." The unsuccessful Gryffindors began filing off the pitch, then, which was when I chose to lead my vampire family out to meet the completed team. Bella saw our approach, pulling away from the group to run at us. I caught her around the waist and swung her into the air, the two of us spinning together until I finally lowered her back to the ground. My fingers laced into hair as I kissed her, and had it not been for Emmett's slightly amused cough, I probably would never have stopped. "Move aside, bro. The rest of us want to congratulate her too." Reluctantly, I took a step back, allowing the others to converge on Bella. My brothers ruffled her hair, whilst Alice and Rosalie flung their arms around different areas of her body. She blushed like a strawberry, but her smile never faded. "I can't believe it," Rosalie laughed. "Bella Swan, the world's biggest klutz, a wicked sick Quidditch player." "I knew all along she'd do it," sang Alice. "So did we, Shorty," said Emmett, "and we re not gifted with your freaky sight." "Well done, Bella," Jasper smiled. "That was pretty impressive." "Thanks," she answered shyly, before her eyes flicked back to me. I shook my head in wonderment, thoroughly dazzled, which, of course, only made her blush deepen. Pulling her back to my side, I kissed her once more on the cheek, my lips lingering by her ear. Incredible. A shiver vibrated down her spine at the contact. "I guess it was my lucky day," she replied modestly. "Luck had nothing to do with it. You were astounding, Bella. I almost felt sorry for the poor fools who thought to go up against you. Next to you and Ginny, they looked as out of place as a fish in the sky." "I agree," thought Jasper. She wiped the floor with them. The others joined us then, and we all walked back up to the castle together. It was impossible not to laugh at Amicus and Viola, especially given the current high spirits. They were like two excited puppies, bouncing around in their happiness, completely unable to stop themselves. When we entered the Grand Hall, the Gryffindors gave their champions a standing ovation, demonstrating their support for the seven they prayed would lead the house to victory. I couldn't tear my eyes from Bella all throughout dinner, trying to comprehend what I'd witnessed earlier. I'd known that she was powerful ever since the battle, but her endearing clumsiness and the drastic differences in vampire and human strength often hindered my perception. There was a side to her that I often failed to notice, one which, slowly but surely, was beginning to reveal itself. I couldn't even begin to imagine how formidable she would be as a vampire. If she chose to, she would probably be able to bring the world crashing to its knees. Yes, she had been right to conceal her true nature. I dreaded to think how completely Arrow would have wanted her if he'd realized her true capabilities. My deliberations continued, but were put on hold when the headmistress rose to address the hall, calling for silence. "What are the chances that this will cause a riot?" she wondered. My eyes narrowed in confusion. As you all know, in recent years, the wizarding world was plunged into turmoil, and I dare say that every single one of us was affected in one way or another. Now, however, we have thankfully entered into a period of peace, one which we must all enjoy to the best of our ability. For that reason, and to celebrate our peaceful and promising future, on the night of All Hallows' Eve, Hogwarts shall be holding a black masquerade. To put it simply, the professor continued, heaving a deep and heavy sigh, we're having a ball. One brief moment of silence, and then, complete and utter chaos. BPOV. Again, Edward commanded softly, taking walks again over to the bed. He lowered back his cognizance to the papers scattering the snowy comforter, and lowered himself onto the cushions. Even now, swamped in homework, he created the suitable photograph of ease. I, however, changed into feeling something however cozy. It had been over a month in view that my sudden performance in Transfiguration, and that I nonetheless had but to strengthen past the level one had reached in elegance. I was so determined to reap Animagus fame that I had committed 1 hour after classes every different day to training inside the room of requirement. This wasn't the first time Edward had observed me. He insisted from the off that he have to be allowed to look at me during my meditations, determined to be gift the first time I transformed. It's no use, I moaned. I am in no way going to get this right, otherwise, I'd finished it through now. You heard what Professor Fulplum said. He jogged my memory, without averting his eyes from the e-book resting in his lap. Being human is all you have ever regarded. Letting pass the first time turned into never going to be clean. A totally unfortunate reality, no matter the context. I huffed, bored and carefully irritable, earlier than resuming what turned into proving to be a fruitless workout. Earlier than I may want to sink again into the triggered trance, I allowed my mind to briefly wander over the happenings of the past week, lingering on unique occasions, like the maximum recent Quidditch practice, whilst Amicus and Viola had reminded anybody of the motives they deserved to be on the make-up. I used to be just as happy as Harry changed into with the newly determined skills. Gambling alongside the third-year chaser changed into almost convenient. She threw with precision, and in no way didn't he catch the quaffle while it become thrown her manner. The only thing the three of us, Ginny, Viola, and myself virtually had to ideal now turned into our potential to paintings collectively. With Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, it had been as if a secret telepathy had existed among us for the duration of fits. After years of playing together, we could expect one another's moves almost while not having to consider it. In phrases of skill, Viola was tremendous, however that on my own wouldn't be sufficient to win us the C make-up. Only whilst she changed into in sync with Ginny and me would we be capable of revive the wild pressure of nature that turned into the Gryffindor Chaser Triad. Then, we might be unstoppable. Unstoppable, that's what I need to be, I notion, feeling as if my head make-up weighed a ton. It drooped forwards as a sparkling wave of amber smoke caressed my face, encouraging me to inhale. I comfortable out of my crossed-legged sitting position, sinking lower back into the thick woolen pile OCC make-up-ing the center of the room. It felt like lying on clouds. I ought to have thankfully fallen to sleep, had it now not been for the path my thoughts have been all of sudden taking. The picture of Jane flared in the back of my lids, over again reworking into the writhing body of Edward. The determined want to shield blazed unexpectedly, bringing with it a sour flavor that dispatched my tongue tingling, overpowering the nectary sweetness produced by using the copal. The taste turned into more potent than it had been earlier than. It strengthened each time I practiced, and I had skilled it sufficient that I now acknowledged precisely what it became. Bloodlust. I wanted Jane. I wanted to tear her in two. The scarlet smudge exploded into life, assuming its real form nearly right away. In my trance-like kingdom, I never expected the inevitable, deafening roar that hungry, primal rage that echoed in my ears like struggle cries, so I was continually stunned into a cringe when it came. This time become no exceptional. The lioness fury sounded, and my first intuition turned into to reduce away, although it got here slower than it had achieved on preceding events. In that one brief window of hesitance, something astounding took place. Jane, her lips curled again over her glistening, lethal teeth, released an enraged, feral respond, the guttural sound a ways deeper and louder than it should were. The previous instinct vanished absolutely, violently banished through the returning choice to combat. In a single blindingly fast move, I threw myself forwards off the rug, my head flying returned because the roar burst via my lips, 2 times as loud as it ever have been earlier than. This time, I wasn't puzzled as to in which it had come from. My senses were make-uply too sturdy for there to be any confusion. My body answered instantly to the ferocious growl, trembling violently, like my bones and muscles were instilled with the effect of worry, fearful of the noise that did not fit the determined producing it. My eyes snapped open because the shuddering racked my frame, seeking to make sense of the arena that became blurring and shaking around me. All at once, it felt as if there wasn't sufficient skin to include my insides, each organ, each ligament, each carbon molecule, all of it wanted make up free of its casing and squeeze via any to be had fissure-like plasticine. I fought to restrain it, afraid that my innards might emerge as makeup dribbled throughout the carpet if I didn't. The other one too of me was desperate to permit cross, continuing to insist that I shield myself from the threat. The conflict became excruciating, each physically and mentally. Having my frame stretched on some kind of medieval torture tool might surely now not were as painful to undergo as this. Changed into it my bones that were unexpectedly grinding collectively or my teeth. I could not tell. A cry of horror reached my ears. A person turned into calling my name, however I used to be too near vomiting with a purpose to decide its motive. Bella, Bella, Edward, he is in problem. Jane hurting him. Have to stop it. No, Jane's no longer here, Bella. She's now not right here. Nobody's hurting me. Prevent combating it. Just allow move. Bella. His face filled my imaginative and prescient as he dropped to his knees. His eyes were overflowing with a burning anxiety, one that fast unfolded to his forehead, forming creases alongside the easy alabaster surface. The concern didn't reduce his beauty. Even now, frantic with worry, he changed into make Uperp. The picture of his face, and the expertise that he turned into secure, calmed the damaging, inner tempest. The huge, black tidal wave, which were only seconds far away from forcing me down into the abstract unknown, suddenly receded. The trembling ended, and fact again, bringing with it the calm after the typhoon. Lamentably, that failed to closing long. I flipped onto my side and spilled the contents of my stomach onto the carpet, before permitting the blackness to overhaul me. The darkness turned into heavy and absolute. It turned into the sort that swallows the whole lot, like that you'd assume to make upon makeup at the lowest of a deep mine after the flashlighting fail. Voices reached me from somewhere some distance off, almost as though I used to be submerged in deep water, even as those calling out have been some distance above the flat surface. Bella, can you hear me? A person requested, the velvety sound clean, yet remote. I tried to kick my way makeupwards, positive that my air makeup could not last much longer, but I had some distance to move. The shadows refused to lift, as did the panic I was presently experiencing. The extra distressed I became, the more difficult I attempted circulate my limbs, however the attempt proved futile. The water was thickening quickly, now closer to tar than anything else, locking my thrashing frame in area, adamant that I would not get away. I was surprised by using how cold it turned into. I might have anticipated that kind of viscous substance to be barely warmer. Carlyle, just preserve her still, Edward, another musical voice trilled. She is going to open her eyes in 23 seconds. Really, you have got enough staying power for that. Alice, yes, Bella, Edward advised me, she's here. I am right here. There was a quick second of silence, before he spoke again, this time to a person else. She blacked out earlier than she may want to rebuild her intellectual block. I am able to hear her. She will be able to listen us. The voices had been actually nearer now, getting nearer with every passing second. I ended trying to fight in opposition to the bloodless restraints, and the stress right now lifted, changed as an alternative by means of mild strokes that ran alongside my wrists. I favored it, it felt pleasant. Subsequently, I broke the surface, my eyes flying open looking for the arena's maximum treasured emeralds. I discovered them without problems, for Edward became leaning over me, his eyes reason on my face, his expression a mixture of each remedy and situation. Edward, I breathed. He inhaled deeply, before giving me a shaky smile. You fainted. The surprise changed into an excessive amount of, I am so sorry, Bella. I blinked unexpectedly, baffled via his words. The recollections had been vague in the beginning, returning slowly. It wasn't long, however, earlier than my mind turned into hit with a hurry of unsightly images and peculiar memories, my hands curling back on themselves. The joints rearranging, earlier than snapping, returned to their authentic shape, my nails polishing into deadly pointed claws, and then retracting back once more, till they were brief and blunt another time. The quiet bursting into deafening clamorous sounds from all directions attacked my ears, 100 distinctive scents exploding in my nostrils, freesia and lavender and honey and cotton and chocolate and oak, all making my head swim, my vision sprucing, zooming inside and out like a camera lens, magnifying the aways off pics. So, that changed into how it felt to be animal bodily, anyway. I questioned briefly whether or not I'd trade mentally once I subsequently succeeded. Makeup. Something registered, renewing my confusion. What are you apologizing for? This wasn't your fault. Sure, it become, Edward murmured. The disgrace changed into obvious in his tone. I was monitoring your development via your mind, and I could see that it wasn't going to work, so just before you have been about to exit the trance, I tried to prevent it from taking place. I thought that in case you felt threatened, you'll be much more likely to transform. I know how badly you need it. I just wanted to assist, but I never predicted how painful it'd be for you. I am so sorry, Bella, he stated again, his expression agonized. I solid my mind back, trying to remember the point whilst Edward had involved himself. At the start, all I should think of became the moment he had first called my call, flying to my facet because the violent tremors plagued my risky frame. Then I remembered the sound that had exploded from the imagined, pink-eyed vampire. It had been too deep, too masculine, now not becoming in any respect with the small, lovable girl. I sighed with this new expertise. Evidently, Edward could blame himself. That reaction become ingrained in his character. It became my fault, Bella. I am the motive, you are. Prevent it, Edward, I commanded firmly. He complied, but the worry line between his eyes didn't fade. I desired to prod it gently with my finger to easy it out. You are the motive. I make you per your makeup, however you cannot keep yourself responsible for the soreness it caused. If magic isn't executed well, it can have painful consequences. If I hadn't been so determined to maintain myself together, this would not have happened, and I'd have a tale with the aid of now. I am the only who tousled makeup, so stop blaming yourself, or, so assist me, I'll turn you into a toad. The empty wrist provoked a refrain of smooth, bell-like chuckles, which got here from either facet of the medical institution mattress I was sprawled across. I quickly glanced round, taking in my surroundings for the primary time. The candles of the big chandelier were lit. They flickered gently inside the silence, casting a muted glow over the room. The effect was honestly quite spooky, and became made worse by means of the truth that there have been no other patients OCC make-upping the wing. To my left changed into Carlyle, Esme, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey on my right, standing behind Edward, have been his 4 vampire siblings. I will purchase the whole Arrows crew makeup and make you the manager if you could find a manner to accomplish that, Emmett promised, grinning broadly. Maybe she will, Jasper smirked. At the same time, as an amphibian, I am sure Edward would nonetheless be pretty enough to kiss. I blushed lightly because the vampire in question threw his brothers a scowl. The action only regarded to increase their entertainment. Edward attempted to preserve his serious expression while he returned his interest to me, however he seemed to have accepted my phrases. I wondered in brief whether or no longer the antique transfiguration professor had had anything to do with that. She smiled kindly as I peered over at her. How are you feeling, Miss Swan? I am high quality, I answered, shrugging mechanically. It wasn't a lie. The consequences of my attempted transformation had lengthy seeing that exceeded. I could have been waking from a mild nap, in place of recuperating from a fainting spell. I don't understand why it changed into so unsightly, although I have in no way visible that manifest to all and sundry earlier than. I consider that it really is due to the fact you have best ever found the transformations of practiced animagi. After the preliminary trade, it becomes extremely clean to repeat the manner. However, it is no longer unusual for humans to make upon this sort of trouble all through the gaining knowledge of section. How does she keep away from this subsequent time? Carlyle inquired. In idea, it is pretty simple. All you need to do, pass over Swan, is to in reality allow it to take place. Don't fight it. I felt like I used to be going make up, I confessed, decided to carry the cause at the back of my reluctance. Is that normal? Professor McGonagall changed into brief to answer, shaking her head in her effort to give an explanation for it's exceptional for every individual, and normally makeup on the size of your second form. Mine is a lot smaller than my herbal length. Once I transform, therefore, the sensation is the opposite. It looks like my insides are all being sucked towards one tiny significant point. I attempted to imagine that and cringed, uncertain which was worse, having your guts splattered all around the walls, or having them hoovered away, leaving behind not anything but empty space. I realized that the prospect of giving it every other pass in all likelihood isn't always the most attractive one proper now, but I guarantee you, the key is to allow it manifest. She gave one ultimate nod of encouragement and wished me nicely, before sweeping out of the medical institution wing, makeup to renew her responsibilities. Right now, after the Pinnacle Mistress' departure, Madame Pomfrey started out with her common fussing, insisting that I allow her to check me over. Even though I was convinced that there was nothing wrong with me, I went together with it sincerely to position the woman's thoughts at relaxation. She gave me a tonic for the surprise, insisting that it changed into an important precaution to save you any not on time consequences. Do not argue, pass over Swan. You're going to be fragile for the following couple of hours. Emmett and Jasper sniggered, thankful for the opportunities this new ammunition might honestly provide. Edward's mouth pressed into a difficult line as he attempted to suppress his laughter, whilst I gritted my enamel, grinding them collectively in my attempts to govern my mood. Eventually, Carlyle interceded, demonstrating his merciful nature. He informed the nurse that he could ensure I might be properly appeared after until my recovery become complete. Absolutely, I think she knew that I used to be completely fine. The opposite beds have been empty, even though, so she became probably the use of my situation clearly to give herself something to do. Thank you, I said really, as we made our way out into the hall. You are very welcome, Bella, smiled Carlyle. I do not makeup there's whatever we want to worry about here, even though I might endorse you take a damage from working towards your ameliorations. Take it easy for the following few days. I wasn't going to argue with that. The concept of resuming schooling at any point throughout makeup weekend didn't exactly fill me with enthusiasm, no longer when thoughts of my maximum recent try had been still walking fresh. I promise. Suitable, stated Esme, really relieved. Anyway, I makeup you will be too busy with the Hogsmeade go to issue yourself an excessive amount of with anything else. I sighed as Alice squealed excitedly. She and Rosalie have been planning on dragging me to Gladrag's Wizardwear Keep First Element. Information of the masquerade, in step with Esme, had spread to the village, so, which will meet the anticipated call for, the local style distributor had ordered in a huge makeup of black formal put on from its London and Paris sister shops. The vampires had been planning on using their makeup speed to get there in advance of the gang. Edward, Jasper and Emmett might be tagging along to search for gowns and masks, but there was no way they'd ever be allowed to see the chosen outfits before the large night time. Alice, the vampire fashionista, had threatened to dismember them should they peek beforehand of time. To begin with, I'd been hoping that I might be able to break out with a semi-formal outfit, however that had long gone out the window whilst we might been informed that a number of ministry officials could be in attendance, inclusive of the Minister for Magic. The entire factor of the event become to have fun individuals who had fought in the conflict of Hogwarts, and the service they'd achieved for Britain. I wasn't truly positive how I felt about the ball. On the only hand, it became my herbal instinct to start sweating at the mention of the word dancing on the alternative, but Rosalie's present makeup that I might in no way must worry about falling once more, and, of direction, I'd be with Edward. Simply the concept of him was sufficient to distract me from my concerns. As long as he promised to stay by using my aspect for the duration of the event, I was sure this time that I'd be capable of take care of it. The opposite women had been nowhere near as detached. After the primary few moments of silence following McGonagall's announcement, the calm had exploded into chaos, the quiet changed with the aid of high, drawn-out squeals, the chaotic lashing of tongues, and hyperventilating adolescents. Alice were simply as affected because the rest of them, barely coherent in her pleasure. Oh my God, she chanted breathlessly, flapping her palms at her sister, who had her fingers pressed to the side of her head, her eyes extensive, like a person in shock once they've just been instructed they have won the lottery. I smiled at the memory as our conversation continued. I am searching forward to it. It is going to be pleasant to get out of the fortress for make-up more than 1 hour. Esme nodded in settlement. Perhaps we'll see you there. You going too? Yes, I need to explore the village. You know, as a professor, you do not must watch for traveling weekends to enter Hogsmeade. We've been once already, stated Carlyle, however there wasn't a whole lot time to definitely enjoy the area. We've each been pretty busy lately, what with Esme's teaching and my involvement at St. Mungo's. How's that going, anyway? Emmett inquired. What type of instances are you working on? The orange mild from the wall torches illuminated the threshold of Carlyle's profile and brightened his sapphire eyes, which remained fixed on the arch on the end of the hall. He didn't observe Emmett as he made his reply. Nicely, make up till now, I've been analyzing contagious, magical maladies, like dragonpox and scopungulus, but I am additionally spending lots of my time getting to know spell harm. What kind of spell harm? Carlyle shrugged casually, now not a normal response for him, and I sensed something evasive in the way he posed his response. Oh, masses of various matters. There is so much to examine anyway, Esme and I had better be getting lower back. We filed out onto the grand staircase, then, which was very quiet, store for the mutterings coming from a few nearby portraits. We each have lots to get via. Take care, advised Esme, her lovely, twinkling eyes touched down on me. We'll see you all the following day. And with that, they departed, speeding make up the floors and flying out of sight, leaving at the back of a storm of misunderstanding. In which the hearth? Rosalie mumbled, her gaze forged make upwards to the door her dad and mom had simply passed through. I became to Edward, my expression probing. I had predicted a few shape of enlightenment, but all I got was a small smile, as if he'd observed nothing peculiar in Carlyle and Esme's speedy exit. Perhaps I am simply being paranoid, I determined, quick shaking off my uneasiness. The others regarded to do the same, and only Jasper's countenance retained its suspicion. That alone ought to have been sufficient to relight my doubts, however I was some distance too make UPIED with gawking at Edward and his unearthly splendor to provide it ton's thought. We walked at a leisurely tempo returned to Gryffindor Tower. On the way, we had an unlucky make-up with Peeves. He came plummeting down from the 7th floor, whizzing round our heads whilst he saw Edward. The poltergeist and my vampire boyfriend did not precisely see eye to eye. Edward, being a gentleman, idea it unacceptable to poke fun at everyone. Peeves disagreed. Girls are swooning everywhere, in their beds and at the stair, for they in love with Eddie Pooh. Watch out, Swan, 'cause there may be a cue. Whilst his brothers sniggered, thoroughly entertained by using the make-up rhyme, Edward released a low, yet menacing, growl, which of root, handiest fueled his tormentor. Oh, quite Eddie, strong and tall. May not you take them to the ball? That they had pay 10 galleons and a sickle. In case you just provide them a tea. Peeves. Wander away. Emmett and Jasper have been brazenly laughing now, their moods contrasting closely with Edward S., who was left fuming on the poltergeist's impolite humor. Peeves set free a long, glad cackle, glad after effectively pissing off my boyfriend, earlier than whooping loudly and diving away. His vulgar poetry had left me blushing. The embarrassment turned into the least of my worries, though, in all honesty, the difficult spirit turned into right. The witches of Hogwarts would have given each last penny for a piece of Edward. They'd been even more insufferable than every day recently, what with make-up masquerade and the entirety. Regardless of in which Edward went, a chorus of giggles usually appeared to follow him. A few had even hinted that they desired to companion make-up with him. What changed into worse changed into that they often did it whilst I was status right subsequent to him. I would needed to grit my tooth on make-up event. I don't assume I might ever desire to punch someone greater than I had Remelda Vane the time she and her buddies had approached us inside the Transfiguration courtyard one Saturday. Hello, Edward, she stated in her sickly candy voice, fluttering her eyelashes all at the same time as make-up. He answered stiffly. Are you searching ahead to the ball? Do you have got your outfit? But I bet you may appearance notable not which you do not constantly. Significantly, proper there in the front of me, at the same time as I used to be wearing his mom's ring. My engagement ring, for God's sake. I am looking forward to it. And, no, I don't have my gowns yet. Bella and that I could be buying our matters throughout the Hogsmeade go-to. She hadn't taken the hint. Me too. Possibly I will see you there. Shaking out her hair, she directed one remaining smile at him, and stated, I still do not have a date yet, however, hopefully, someone devilishly handsome and fascinating will paintings make up the courage to invite me soon. And with that, she skipped away, back in the Citadel, her giggling posse following in the back of her. Oh, please, I whispered furiously, not able to rein in my bitterness. I don't make up any sane guy within the global has that amount of braveness. Happily, I hadn't had to address comparable behavior from Lavender. She'd already been requested to the dance by using Bale Wishart, a darkish-haired, blue-eyed Hufflepuff. For a human, he become terrific searching, which changed into sudden, thinking about his shy disposition. Attractive humans, I might located, have been typically confident. I assume that turned into a maid of continuously receiving the attention of the alternative intercourse. Of course, there have been constantly exceptions. Bale become one in all them. He asked Lavender to the ball after looking her guard a younger makeup from Slytherin jeering. She turned into so jazzed that she turned into no longer drooling after Edward. Having to share a dorm with his sisters for an extended period of time may also have contributed a little. No person with affordable intelligence preferred the idea of setting makeup a vampire's fine pal, not while it turned into certain to result in unsightly outcomes. Nevertheless, I had a feeling that Bale's hobby changed into the biggest cause for her current consideration. I used to be so happy with the brand new development that I might finished everything in my strength to assist ensure that the date could be an achievement. Alice, Rosalie, Hermione, Ginny and Parvati had helped as nicely. One night time in the dormitory, after the lads had retreated to their own to sleep, the women and that I had given her all the helpful advice we should provide you with. Do not just prattle on approximately your very own pursuits, Ginny had suggested. Ask him what he likes, as well. If you don't apprehend something, be inquisitive. However, do not just fire one query after every other, Alice endured. Take the communication progressively, deliver yourself time to talk about each point. Act maturely, however do not be boring, instructed Hermione. If you want him to take you critically, calling him by you is certainly a no-no. Lavender had blushed at that, shifting her pillow in order that her face turned into partially hidden, without a doubt embarrassed by using her past performances. That turned into comprehensible. Try now not to appear overeager, stated Rosalie. Every now and then that could make a person appearance determined. But do not permit him think you are bored both. Find a satisfied medium. Smile, I insisted, if nothing else. Permit him see how satisfied you re to be there with him. And appearance suitable, finished Parvati. I sighed as we made our manner via the portrait hollow, both relieved that Lavender's interest had shifted, and wishing that the equal may be stated for Remilda. I already knew how dangerous that woman could be whilst it got here to guys I would heard all approximately the extremes fanaticism drove her to from Ginny, after Ron had unknowingly fed on the potion-crammed goodies. Hopefully, she'd finally get the message. It turned into Area 9 when we arrived within the not unusual room, so the place becomes still busy with students. Rosalie desired to discover a place to sit down, but on the grounds that all the chairs were taken, we decided to retreat to the men dormitory. What made the pass all of the more appealing changed into the fact that Remilda and her friends were makeup and about, immersed in senseless chatter. What is wrong, Bella? Jasper smirked as we reached the top of the steps. Not anything, I snapped. I do not know what you imply. Emmett threw his brother a wondering look. The emotion Bella is throwing off proper now is so inexperienced that, by using all rights, she should be radioactive. The two had a very good giggle at my rate. After he had his a laugh, but, the empath became type sufficient to ship a wave of calm my manner. The communique quickly became to the next day's Hogsmeade ride, then. Even as Gladrags would be the spotlight for the ladies, Jasper and Emmett have been greater searching forward to exploring Zonko's and stocking makeup on blood-flavored sweet. I ponder what number of lollies we might need to devour for our irises to turn completely purple, Emmett said, resting lower back towards the comforter with Rosalie snuggled towards his facet. Alice and that I had assumed the equal position beside our friends too. Jasper chuckled. Why don't you do and test? And while you are at it, find out how many units you need to drink earlier than you redevelop the potential to cry. Ha, you want. Whilst a human, tears were beyond me. How about the times you had been sauced? Nope, Emmett responded cheerfully. I will admit, there may also have been a few loud, atrocious making a song, however crying never got here into it. Edward sniggered, keen make up for in with the mild-hearted communique. The bear is robust on this one. Damn right it's far. Rosalie rolled her eyes, laughed. I tried to imagine the photo the dialogue turned into portray. It turned into too tough, though, to simply accept that the Cullens had ever been whatever but vampires. Their diamond tough, alabaster skin and airy faces, which had been almost alienist of their perfection, seemed so regular and acquainted to me now that I could not believe something else. The idea, consequently, that Emmett had once been liable to the outcomes of alcohol appeared faintly ridiculous. What are you thinking about, Bella? Edward asked. You seem like you read deep in notion. I smiled gently, and gave a short shrug. I am simply seeking to photograph it, but it is now not the easiest component. My eyes determined Emmett then, and my grin spread. You drank. A chuckle sounded from across the room, which I fast realized had come from Jasper. He jumped in before his brother were given the danger. Come on, Bella. Have you forgotten that Emmett's of Irish descent? Oh, it truly is rich, coming from the accomplice cowboy. What changed into it? Jazz bourbon. Alice's musical snigger rang through the air, and it wasn't lengthy earlier than the relaxation people have been becoming a member of in. We laughed louder when Emmett started out regaling us all with the tales of his adolescence. He'd been short to deny Jasper's stereotyping, insisting that, despite the fact that he'd sometimes indulged in an ale or, he'd genuinely been no alcoholic. Coming from a massive circle of relatives, maximum of my income have been spent putting meals at the table. My mother and father couldn't do it by using themselves, so I attempted to assist them as an awful lot as possible. They were thankful for the contributions I made, so that they didn't thoughts that I used the stays of my profits on enjoying myself. Do you recollect what I stated about the hearth, Bella, after Rosalie introduced me lower back to Carlyle? I nodded. I would given him my entire interest all through the minutes he advised me of his transformation. You stated you notion you have been in hell, and that you were not certainly surprised, because you had an excessive amount of amusing to your lifetime. I could not assist however wonder what he make up via that. You know me, he persisted, I enjoy a bit of mischief that in a very good combat. After Prohibition ended in 1933, most states set the consuming age to 21, which of path, I by no means reached. I was massive sufficient, though, that the barmen failed to puzzle me when I advised them that I used to be criminal. Cards were not round then. Besides, I were given into even extra shenanigans than normal when alcohol changed into involved. A conventional instance of that happened on my 19th birthday. It changed into midnight once I rolled out into the road, chanting on the pinnacle of my lungs that I was younger and invincible. The racket attracted policemen. I used to be headstrong at the high quality of times. It was 10 instances worse when I was juiced, so it wasn't long before I'd convinced myself that the law enforcement officials had been arrogant, condescending jerks, self-righteous idiots who notioned their role intended they could appearance down their noses at every person they came across. You continue to sound a little sour. He winked at me in response, grinning broadly before continuing. We'd been the last ones out, me and 3 other guys, so no one else become round whilst we decided to take them down a pegger. That they had attempted to arrest us, which, evidently, we didn't take kindly to. It wasn't a extreme scuffle, however it nonetheless did not cease thoroughly for them. We took their uniforms and tied them up, stuffing socks into their mouths to hold them from attracting interest. There was no manner I used to be going with a purpose to suit into their garments, although they were skinny, and that I wasn't so I had to pose as a criminal with Caleb, at the same time as Robert and Henry made themselves appear to be law enforcement officials. Then we stole the automobile. Because it really is so out of the normal for you lot. My sarcasm earned a few chuckles. We drove out of Metropolis, Emmett continued, guffawing our asses off all of the at the same time as. We have been midway down a country lane once I caught sight of them, a younger Kamei couple, having a touch to a lot of laugh beneath an old willow tree. If it hadn't been for the mild of the entire moon, they would have absolutely escaped my word. Being me, there has been absolute confidence of whether or not I would take advantage of the situation. It became too splendid to resist makeup. I got here makeup with plan, and satisfied the others to go together with it. It did not precisely take tons. The two in uniform got out of the automobile and approached the fans. Consider our marvel when we realized the person turned into strictly bourgeois. He was a bit distressed, terrified for his recognition and the results an arrest may want to have on it. Being a generous bunch, we conventional his bribe, and didn't haul him again to the station. Emmett's eyes twinkled with mischief as he reached the make-up of his story. I have to have been appalled, but I could not find it in myself to have that reaction. I wanted to chortle out loud at the look on his face. He was wearing a massive grin, stuck makeup in his recollections. We ate and drank like kings for a month. My brothers and sisters had been ecstatic. Most of my human memories are not very clear, however I nonetheless remember the way the babies jumped and sang around the kitchen as our mom prepared the feast. It turned into the first time in their lives that they'd ever visible cake. His grin slowly lost its size, and the twinkle vanished from his eyes, leaving them sad and vacant. It turned into only a second, but, earlier than he back to his ordinary, cheery self. I didn't realize what to make of it. Emmett changed into the form of individual that lived inside the gift. He didn't look like the sort who could allow the beyond to affect him. Nevertheless, I had a feeling he regretted that he never had the possibility to peer his siblings grow makeup. The appearance he'd worn while discussing them informed me that he'd probably been an adoring older brother. What approximately you, Jazz, were given any stories? Jasper smirked. Me, of direction now not. I was always well behaved. I don't trust that for a 2D, Alice scoffed, elevating an eyebrow at her husband. He wasn't as willing as his brother, refusing to share the secrets and techniques of his past, which he kept concealed in the back of an impish smile. Emmett kept pushing the issue, however were given nowhere. Jasper without a doubt wouldn't budge. I make uppos makeup you proper approximately the experimenting, the burly vampire conceded, handiest you going to ought to do it with me. How else are we going to learn about the sort of man you are while you below the influence? It shed some light for your mysterious beyond. Perhaps you ought to position that on keep, Edward recommended, at the least until you properly away from these fragile little people. He ruffled my hair, reminding me of Madame Pomfrey's earlier remark. I scowled at him, however his words left me wondering, nicely after the communique had taken a one-of-a-kind turn, approximately the form of behavior Dragon's blood would elicit when the circle of relatives subsequently loosened their restraint. Most effective time might inform. Do not you believe you studied this as all a piece over the pinnacle? I stated as Edward diminished me off his again. No, became Rosalie's quick respond. She strode beforehand with Alice, pushing the door open into Gladrag's wizardware. I huffed and observed them interior. I cannot consider I am agreeing to this. The sight that met me stopped me in my tracks. Out of doors, the entirety had regarded so crisp against the white, autumn sky invigorating, notwithstanding the clouds. The shop's indoors provided a severe evaluation. Each space become overflowing with shadows dark, glimmering fabric fanned out across the tables, whilst ornate masks in all shapes and sizes stood on racks of black glass. In one nook, and vast, Baroque replicate became propped against the wall. The middle of the night frame was metal and opulent, integrating flawlessly with the overall topic. The storekeeper had drawn the thick, blackout curtains, so that the handiest light got here from the masses of tiny wall candles lining the round room. Their flames had been silver, though the mild changed into gentle enough that it did not wreck the general impact. Instead, it bathed the boutique in a mild luminescence, imparting makeup enough mild to look with the aid of. I ought to rarely consider how extensively the decor had modified. The ultimate time I would visit it, the store had a totally quirky feel to it now. It looked greater like a stunning and haunting scene from a darkish fairy tale, loaded with onyx, charcoal, and obsidian tones. It appeared as though a person had stolen the nighttime sky, possibly that they had determined a manner to reel within the velvety shadows and twinkling stars, and had weaved it back together to create the breathtaking pudding and flowing clothes. Esme had been right. The Gladrag's proprietor had heard of Hogwarts' upcoming event, and might be the usage of the masquerade to make as much profit as viable. I am tempted to shop for multiple, Alice murmured, her eyes sweeping the store. Go away some for the others, I advised her. She nodded her head absently, before dancing over to the closest rail. I observed her lead, selecting any other to look through. I had in reality no concept how I was going to choose. Each dress became specific and lovable, and it wasn't too tough to make out the various periodical impacts. Although I was no expert on fashion, I guessed that the designers had combined styles from in advanced centuries with delicate, floaty substances for a selected purpose. Most of history's fashion included clothes that had been honestly as an alternative gaudy, despite the fact that the designs themselves were fairly romantic, whilst recreating them within the modern day. Therefore, it made feel that the makers had favored flimsy substances like lace and voile. I ended as I reached the give-make makeup of the rack, pulling off the very last get dressed to get a higher observe it. The corset changed into strapless and made from silk, flaring at the waist into a complete skirt, which became adorned with loads of skinny silk and voile frills. The design itself was very difficult, and undoubtedly striking, but it changed into a touch too flamboyant for someone like me. I moved to hold it back makeup to transport on, when an icy hand landed on my shoulder, maintaining me in location. I became to peer Rosalie. Her expression became incredulous. "What are you doing?" she demanded. My eyes flitted back and forth, a frightened reaction. The blonde vampire persevered to stare, looking forward to my response. Whilst it had become clean that I had no solution for her, she grabbed the get dressed I might rejected, and shook it in front of my face. "You resetting this back? How can you place this returned? It is fabulous." She sighed heavily, before urging the get dressed to my frame. "It would look lovable on you, Bella. I realize you no longer a fan of the limelight, but..." Her words provoked a snap selection. I pushed the object back in the direction of her, and stated, "I makeup it might fit your needs better. Without a doubt, Rosalie, I really make makeup this is yours." Her jaw dropped and her eyes bulged. "You'll provide it makeup?" she whispered. I wanted so much to snort at her reaction. She became performing as though I might just given her a prevailing lottery price ticket. I nodded, and patted her on the shoulder, unable to makeup press a smile as she pulled it lower back in opposition to her chest, hugging it tightly. A massive grin burst across her face, and she or he blurted out a cry of gratitude, earlier than whizzing round and zooming off closer to the changing rooms at a speed that would rival my firebolt. Alice Speedy joined her sister, her arms overflowing with darkish lace. I looked over to where the boys were standing. They have been analyzing the masks, trying to find something that labored for them. The Columbinas seemed to enchantment to them the most. I smiled as Edward picked one makeup, turning it over in his broad palms. It became decorated with silver swirls, in conjunction with a musical scale that ran beneath the eye holes, honestly becoming for a vampire pianist. Sighing, I resumed my search, satisfied that I would never find something I should feel relaxed in. On the only hand, I failed to want to seem like I might made no effort. On the other, I failed to want something as fancy as Rosalie's choice. Everywhere I turned, I used to be assaulted via fountains of silk, lace, voile and satin, which could have been all nicely and true if I would had any idea as to which style or fabric could suit me fine. There was so much to select from. The most effective factor the attire really had in commonplace was the witching element. Even the greater edgy portions had a romantic floatiness, approximately them a peculiar weightlessness, as if they'd been designed especially for the sector's maximum stunning enchantresses. I was just about to head and ask Alice for her advice, while my eyes stuck on something absolutely awesome. There it turned into, illuminated through the smooth silvery candlelight, calling out to me like a siren. I'd observed it. My dress. I smiled contentedly as we stepped out into the street. The other college students had been handiest simply arriving, however the Cullens and that I had already completed our search for ball put on. Alice changed into gushing approximately our clothes, proclaiming her love for McGonagall because she'd make up absolutely everyone with an excuse to keep now. Not that Alice ever wished that. "In which to now?" asked Emmett. "Zonkos or Honeydukes?" "The Three Broomsticks," I replied. "All this looking has made me thirsty." "You recognize that makes surely no experience, right?" "Oh, actual humorous, Emmett. Permit me amend that for you. All this get dressed looking has made me thirsty." Alice snorted delicately. "You'd assume we might dispatched you on an 8-mile run. Honestly, Bella, have you ever heard the time period retail therapy?" I overlooked her facetious statement, rolling my eyes yet again as I wrapped my arm greater firmly round Edward's waist. Despite the chilly temperatures, which condensed my breath right into a mist, I refused to be parted with him. We failed to get enough time together in recent times as matters have been. A wave of warm air hit me as he pushed the pub door open, which felt best towards my cold nose and cheeks. The bar, as of yet, wasn't truly too crowded. There were enough locals gift to maintain Madame Rosemerta busy, however there were nevertheless, at the least, half of a dozen free tables. I spotted one near the fireplace, and it was massive sufficient that it would seat all of our party. Without letting move of Edward's hand, I made my way over to it, thankful for the heat radiating in opposition to my lower back as I slumped down onto one of the cushioned seats. It felt pleasant to make up, particularly after the pressure of Gladrags. I was intensely glad that balls not often passed off at Hogwarts, a fact I used to be pretty much to percentage with the Cullens, once I realized that their heads grew to become away distractedly, all looking inside the identical path, toward the corner farthest from us. Craning my neck, I observed their line of sight, amazed when I stuck a glimpse in their parents seated along Neville Longbottom. It appeared the Gryffindor become simply leaving. He shook Carlyle's hand, nodded a polite goodbye at Esme, and rose from his chair, earlier than transferring away closer to the go-out. "What become that approximately?" Emmett muttered, throwing Edward a questioning glance. His brother merely shrugged, before turning everybody's attention to refreshments. He, Jasper, and Emmett left for the bar, then, where they met make-up with Carlyle and Esme. After they had 7 glasses of Dragon's blood, and 1 cherry sir make-up with soda. Emmett appeared to locate a few amusement within the mini umbrella. He stated that a British, United States of America pub was the final vicinity he could have predicted to discover one. I disagreed. If there has been everywhere inside the global wherein an umbrella become necessary, even a tiny one, it becomes Scotland. I hadn't absolutely notion of it that way, he chuckled. I make up you have got a point even though it drizzles more than anything, said Jasper. Occasionally I wish it would just position to load down and get all of it out of the manor. Carlyle smiled, turning the pages of his each day prophet. Not tons chance of that going on. Alice shook her head. Ironic, isn't it? We finally find someplace where we do not should disguise what we read, and it is never even sunny. I wanted to chuckle at the topic of conversation. It still seemed extraordinary to me that people as thrilling because the Cullens ought to discuss something as mundane because the climate. Simply as I used to be thinking about that, the ruffling of paper stuck my attention. My eyes mechanically snapped to the front of the newspaper as Carlyle became another page. The headline stopped me useless. Its study, Britain tremors at Darkish Lord's aftershock. My stomach dropped as I examined the words again and again, and my pulse picked makeup right into a dash. Perhaps it was irrational to get so worked makeup over one written phrase, however I could not make uppress the foreboding feeling that turned into stirring in my belly. Bella, Edward probed, alerted via the unexpected acceleration of my heart. The alternative vampires turned their heads to me, which includes Carlyle, who reduced the prophet to the table. I indicated it with a speedy nod. The primary story at the front cowl. What does it say? The doctor's gaze flicked lower back to the paper, his body tensing into general stillness. Ultimately, after some moments of silence, he launched a heavy sigh, and slowly surpassed it over. I unfolded makeup it fast, my eyes deciding on the significant photograph, which showed a small institution of humans, comprising of 4 men and 2 girls, all wearing very serious expressions. There may be been a few hassle, Carlyle stated quietly, leaning forwards to avoid being overheard. I scanned the nearby tables fast. Nobody changed into looking in our path. The witches and wizards had been all too immersed in their very own debates and discussions to provide us an awful lot idea. Some of Voldemort's old make upwarders, the few ultimate radicals who they yet to be captured, were seeking to resurrect the phobia their master added make upon the United States of America. Why? I demanded breathlessly. He gave an unhappy shake of his head, his blue eyes swimming with tension. There may be mixed debate as to why they may be doing it, but no person genuinely knows their reasons. Voldemort's fans had been so certain he'd defeat Harry and preserve his strength that they openly demonstrated their makeup for him, so while he lost everything, they misplaced the whole lot. Everyone is aware of who they are, and if they are captured, they will acquire a life sentence in Azkaban, without a hazard of ever escaping its partitions. Due to that, they consider that there is no opportunity however to maintain the campaign in the beginning led by Voldemort. Possibly they desire to decide on an alternative from among their ranks, or maybe they just want to take revenge on society for the whole thing they have lost. It is probably that their desperation has pushed them all to madness. I don't know, but, regardless of the motive, those human beings aren't just a make-up of half-hearted anarchists. Their guys decided to restore loss of life eater and natural blood rule, and could use anything way they are able to obtain their ends. I would been so targeted as Carlyle brought his speech that I would forgotten the opposite people OCC make-upping the pub. The noise seemed louder than before, therefore, whilst the oldest vampire ultimately fell silent. Although I knew that make-up of magical terrorists should not be one of these fear after Voldemort, that failed to satisfy the unknown creature clawing at my gut, or the phantom pounding his hammer towards my coronary heart. This wasn't make UPS make make-up be going on. It became make-up be a time of peace. So why did it make-uply experience like the warfare changed into nonetheless ongoing? Edward laced his hand with mine, protectively sliding his loose arm round my waist, as if preparing to protect me from a nearby enemy. I sighed as Jasper labored his magic, sending a wave of plenty-needed calm throughout the table. Why have not we heard of this before? Rosalie puzzled, her eyes constant on Carlyle. It became Esme who responded even though, sincerely distressed by means of the information she needed to make makeup. Till recently, all they done changed into disguise. And now, my gaze wandered lower back to the front cowl of the prophet, where the 6 faces have been looking out at me, drew my interest more than the others. One belonged to a truthful-haired male, and the opposite to a pretty, dark-skinned lady. Each were younger neither past their mid-1920s. 6 Aurors have been killed the previous day in a house in Devonshire. How? Alice whispered, horrified, just like the rest folks. The simplest facts the prophet is liberating is that Ministry intelligence led the make-up make-up to Tiverton, in which they believed the objectives had been staying. It appears, however, that the Death Eaters were anticipating them. Esme's phrases sent me right into a whirl of bewilderment, and that I felt as though my head had make-up been packed with lead. When they arrived, Carlyle stated, make-up, they entered the residence, watching for to discover the enemy, but the region make-up caught fireplace, and it spread so quickly that half of the grow make-up in no way made it out. There was a protracted, heavy pause, earlier than he ultimately continued. It changed into fiendfire. My heart stuttered. The loss of life eaters had solid spells to ensure that nobody may want to apparate or disapparate in the perimeters of the assets, so those interior were trapped. However, how should they have got recognized the Aurors had discovered them? Emmett-driven. Without a doubt, the best way that could be viable might be if they had already infiltrated the Ministry. That turned into it the moment whilst, for the second time this week, I desired to be violently sick. Livid shivers shot down my spine, and my pulse thundered in my ears. Rosalie turned into the first make-up the silence, her fist slamming forcefully in opposition to the desk, inflicting the wooden to crack underneath the stress. Haven they learnt, but, she growled, who the hell might be that make-up? It's not that easy, I reminded her. Whoever the informant is, the possibilities are they are below the imperious curse. They might not be able to assist themselves. It is able to be all and sundry. We all taken into consideration that for a few moments, Jasper did his first rate to hold the phobia at bay, however it changed into never a ways off. I may want to nonetheless feel it washing closer, like the tide. So, what now? He asked. How did they become aware of the cursed witch or wizard? Carlyle shrugged, and I realized for the first time that, regardless of his vampiric nature, he seemed worn out mentally and emotionally tired. The most effective factor the Ministry can do is to watch for the insider to slip make-up. Until then, there's no manner of understanding who they are. The handiest aspect that seems sure at this point is that the person operates in the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. That, or they contacts working within the Auror office. It became difficult to agree with that a few minutes ago we had all been so buoyant and untroubled. Now, it felt as though a dark and sinister shadow had descended make upon us, an ominous cloud which obscured the destiny and absorbed any immediate positivity. Edward tried to guarantee me that it would pass, that the criminals would eventually be brought to justice, but I could not assist, however doubt his words. In spite of their master vanquished, the villains had already gained enough revel in penetrating the ministry and terrorizing Britain that I doubted that they had discovered it tough this time around. One component turned into certain: the Dying Eaters had been nevertheless energetic and threatening. I forged my eyes backtrack to the front page of the Everyday Prophet. The younger Lady Auror held my attention greater than something else I saw there. I couldn't tear my eyes far away from her. At the start look, I might have stated that she had a quiet face. It wasn't till you certainly looked at her, though, that you realized just how stunning she in reality became. Her black hair changed into swept returned from her forehead, and fell in thick waves to her waist. Her capabilities have been angular high, outstanding cheekbones and make upperbly directly nostril. Under that have been her lips, both thick and full. I hadn't visible any of that earlier than. The primary matters I might observed have been her eyes. It became impossible to distinguish her irises from her scholar's makeup, for they had been as black as coal. First of all, I might concept them a touch frightening intense, even. Now that I might studied the relaxation of her, however, in opposition to her darkish hair and skin, they appeared to own a high quality that was each haunting and indescribably beautiful. It turned into a wild beauty, one that you failed to see till you made it past her cold stare and black, business-like trench coat. And then I remembered that she turned into dead. Those fierce, charming eyes could never appearance out onto the world once more. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat, questioning why I was allowing a stranger's loss of life to have an effect on me to such an extent. I could not seem to assist it though. The idea that darkish magic had stolen even extra splendor from the world became simply an excessive amount to bear. The simplest thing keeping me from bursting into tears turned into Jasper's impact. A happy voice makeup broke the silence. "What is with the lengthy faces?" Seamus asked, his eyes flicking from one vampire to the following, before ultimately landing on me. "You all appearance is miserable because the weather, which let us accept it is pretty abysmal." "Too right as is," Dean stated, beside him. He rubbed his hands collectively, seeking to warm his icy fingers with the friction. It's bloody freezing obtainable. I am as cold as two brass monkeys. Harry and Ron got here strolling make-up in the back of the pair, each pink-nosed from the autumn kick-back. "All right, you lot," Harry greeted us. "Hey, Harry," Esme replied, polite as ever. The relaxation of us smiled and nodded our howdy. We were all nonetheless too hectic to speak, except for Emmett, of Root, who constantly found a manner, regardless of the state of affairs. "Wherein re the ladies?" he questioned, noticing Hermione and Ginny's absence. Ron rolled his eyes and slumped dramatically onto a free chair. "Gladrags, of Path. What is it approximately? School dances that sends girls round the twist. That's what I might like to understand. They've long gone barmy, I swear." He altered the tone of his voice then, to be able to give makeup an impersonation of his lady friend. "Ronald, I am selecting a get dressed do not look. Ronald, I am going to head and get modified stay here. Ronald, clear off." Sooner or later, he again his voice to its regular pitch, rubbing at his temples as if he had an mainly painful migraine. "I love her to bits. I sincerely do, but why is it that she's on the verge of breathing fireplace on every occasion a ball comes spherical?" "Nicely," Harry provided. "I make makeup that, closing time, it might they had something to do with the fact which you began mouthing off approximately her dog." "Do not mention Crumb." Harry's palms flew makeup defensively. "Do not get so labored makeup. She truly prefers you. I suggest." He failed to precisely try and disguise the truth that he appreciated her in. Make-up-osing makeup he de-draped himself in banners announcing Hermione, "I love you." Ron inter makeupped it again, it couldn't were extra painfully apparent. That Bulgarian buffoon wishes to study a issue or two approximately subtlety. No matter the hypocrisy, I could not assist however be thankful that Ron and the boys had walked into the Three Broomsticks when they had. The distraction became precisely the element I might needed. I felt my lips urgent into a difficult line as I tried to keep back my smile. "All I am trying to say," Harry persevered, "if you'd allow me finish, is that Hermione simply prefers you." "That's proper," said Seamus. He paused then, his expression far off. "Well, rattling. If the lady became down an international Quidditch megastar to be with you, Ron, she have to simply bloody love ya." "Wait," exclaimed Emmett. "Crumb, as in Victor Crumb." The one and most effective, Ron grumbled. The burly vampire appeared impressed, although harassed inside the same moment. Harry and Seamus are right then. The lady need to love you. My buddy's expression brightened at this, and he nodded playfully. It's my devilish precise seems, Harry. Well, it's not your brains, his pal teased. Ron aimed a smooth punch at Harry's shoulder, but chuckled at the comic story although. His smile converted right into a frown as a deep groan broke the glad laughter. Reaching over to Dean, who became slouched over in his chair, head in arms, he patted him at the shoulder and stated, "What's it, mate?" Dean groaned again. "I don't have every person to take. Left it too long, did not I? Like a pillock, and now all the top ones had been taken." The boys' worried expressions became to remedy. Clearly, they were all too glad that they already had partners to worry approximately our pal's quandary. He sighed closely, laughed as soon as at himself, and shook his head right before a wicked glint entered his eye. Edward barked a sharp laugh and became his face into my hair, trembling in his efforts to keep his composure. "Professor." On the Gryffindor's mischievous tone, Esme cocked an eyebrow, absolutely suspicious. Dean grinned, and wagged his eyebrows suggestively. "You are into English men, right?" Harry and Ron choked make-uply on their butter beers, their lips pulling into huge grins, regardless of their coughing and spluttering. The others and that I had to cover our mouths, each people entertained and incredulous inside the identical second. Esme, although amazed, appeared to take the hint within the way that Dean had make up her too, as did her husband, who chuckled at his nerve. In spite of her true humor, though, I had a sense that Esme might were blushing had she been human. Hagrid and Slughorn came on foot via the door, then, rescuing the pair from prolonged embarrassment as they called them over to the bar with a wave. The two vampires laughed their goodbyes, and wandered away to engage in extra-realistic conversation. "You cocky git," stated Ron, nudging Dean inside the ribs, just as Hermione and Ginny joined our party. Notwithstanding his earlier rant, Ron adjusted his chair so that he sat at once next to the bushy-haired witch, leaving not even a centimeter of area to split himself from her. I smiled with the information that, no matter what became taking place someplace else, my own family and friends have been all happy and safe, hidden away from the relaxation of the sector and all of its issues. The prophet was our window to the hazard, which, for once, turned into on the alternative aspect of the glass. At least, that turned into what I instructed myself. For the rest of the day, Edward and that I had been nearly inseparable. After leaving Madame Rosmerta's bar, we made our way around the rest of the village, his arm hardly ever uncurling itself from around my waist. The cobbles had been scattered here and there with yellow and orange leaves from the nearby trees, painting the scene in a notable autumn theme. Our first stop after the three broomsticks turned into Zonko's. The maximum thrilling factor the Cullens bought this time became a Weasley Wizard Wheezes firework set. I tried to maintain my mind firmly on the image of exploding colorings and fiery presentations as I examined the label. Phantasmic photo fireworks. Want to blow makeup your maximum precious photos? Properly now you may actually. Insert an image of your preference into the firework's photograph frame, and watch your recollections explode across the nighttime sky. For the briefest moment, earlier than Jasper blasted me with a tidal wave of peaceful emotion, I questioned whether the product had been released before the conflict of Hogwarts, or whether or not it turned into certainly one of George's greater current inventions. Anything the solution, the fireworks have been sure to be top. After traveling Dervish and Banges, we made a forestall on the Shrieking Shack. Emmett changed into all makeup for going inside, however Rosalie protested. She did not want to need to deal with the dirt and grime it would clearly be home to, and so we headed up to Honeydukes, the vicinity I had maximum been looking ahead to. The Cullens were delighted upon coming across a selection of latest products aimed mainly at vampires. It seemed that the candy makers have been anticipating their arrival, for that they had created a mini-phase in one in all the store corners, in which a number of experimental merchandise have been out on display. Those blanketed dragon jelly small tubs of pink jello made in part from Dragon's blood bitter blood, a scarlet sherbet crafted from dried blood and lemon juice and, finally, however surely no longer least, do-it-yourself cocktail kits. "No, Bella," Edward growled lowly as I lifted a page C from the shelf. Seemingly, he found the only new layout that he did now not approve of. It's simply wrong. It is now not that bad, I told him. They are simply seeking to consider ways to offer you a bit variation. Well, I am beginning to want they would not. There may be no manner we are doing this. I neglected him, and carried the cocktail package over to the cashier's desk, grateful that, for once, there was no queue. Mr. Flume, the store proprietor, smiled timidly as he handed me my purchase. Generally, he become any such bubbly guy, too used to coping with clients to go through shyness. I make up his manner now had something to do with the character of the product he was promoting me. 1 drop, he stated. This is all it takes. I nodded and thanked him, earlier than returning to Edward's aspect. My fiancé looked at me grudgingly, communicating with his eyes the phrases "not a chance in hell." I used to be pretty certain I would be able to alternate his thoughts. When we in the end arrived lower back at the Citadel, I headed instantly for the grand staircase, weaving my way through the crowded front corridor, refusing to be deterred from finishing the experiment. We left the others at the portrait of the Fats female. My human buddies were too concerned of their verbal exchange though to notice us slipping away. Edward wasn't happy with my plans in any respect, but he didn't simply begin arguing till we have been by myself within the room of requirement, which, as traditional, had stuffed itself with the identical furnishings because it had on our preceding visits. The massive bed nonetheless make UPIED its space on the center of the room, formidable and suggestive as ever. Despite his protests, Edward managed to hold a preserve on his mood as I began make up the cocktail package. The percent came whole with a tiny cauldron and a flask of blood. In step with the packaging, there has been enough cocktail aggregate for 3 servings. Cautiously, I poured a third of the flask's contents into the cauldron, and set a light under to heat it makeup. Then, I touched the end of my wand to my finger, prepared to add the essential factor, which changed into precisely the instant that Edward lost his cool. Rattling it, "Bella, we aren't doing this. Make up me one reason why we shouldn't." As it's repulsive, I flinched all of sudden, caught off shield with the aid of the venom in his tone. His emerald eyes had been burning with anger and disgust like a woodland ravaged by way of fireplace. The painful warmness of his gaze continued to increase, until, necessarily, I needed to turn away from it. My response became only to be anticipated, of direction. It became a natural one for me, and I was so beaten by way of the edge of rejection that, in the beginning, I did not notice the tiny drops of moisture spilling over onto my cheeks. I swiped at them fast, earlier than he could pressure me to returned round and take a look at him. This wasn't the primary time I would been in this case plunged into depression as the small voice in my head instructed me there was a basis for my insecurities. This time, however, my fears were even greater irrational than they had been formerly. While had logic ever mattered to me, although, at the cease of the day, it always got here all the way down to the identical thing preference and I'd been rebuffed so often that I couldn't assist however feel that proper became just one of these adjectives which would never completely observe to a girl like me. My strive at slyness hadn't fooled Edward. Gently, he turned around my frame until I was going through him, earlier than gently brushing his palms across my left cheek. The motion turned into so mild, like a chilly breeze brushing against my pores and skin, that I barely even felt it. "You overlooked one," he whispered, his expression tender. Embarrassed and harmed, I forged my eyes to the ground. Normally, that wasn't something that Edward became going to tolerate. Hooking a finger underneath my chin, he carefully, but firmly, eased my head makeup until I was pressured to fulfill his gaze. "You silly, enthralling woman, why are you crying?" I shook my head fast, not able to talk. "Bella, please." The fireplace in his eyes had burned itself out, replaced as an alternative with the aid of sadness and regret. Seeing Edward suffer, even with the aid of the smallest quantity feasible, changed into something I never allowed if it become in my power to save you it. Because of this, I took a deep, calming breath, savoring the honey lilac perfume of his skin, before divulging my thoughts. "I simply desired to offer you something, specifically after the firebolt, handiest there isn't always a lot I am able to make up with that you wouldn't already be able to get yourself." I ought to tell that he was attempting his toughest to hold a regular voice, but it turned into smooth to understand the attempt that it took him. His posture was a long way too stiff, as was his expression, and while he replied, his tone discovered the emotion he'd been trying so futilely to hide. "Bella, how may want to anything that causes you pain ever make me glad?" His words sent a jolt of warmth surging through my veins. I blinked, amazed. It is why you re-announcing no. Edward stared at me in confusion, as though I might just uttered the most absurd and baffling issue possible. What other purpose is there? When I failed to provide a solution to his query, he proceeded to provide an explanation for his reasoning. You know how appealing your heady scent is to me. Irrespective of how practiced I become at resisting your blood, it's not something that's ever going to alternate. You haven't any concept how tempting it is to just go with this. Nevertheless, providing you with things it doesn't harm me in any manner. It hurts your pocket, I grumbled. He raised an eyebrow. However the movement turned into useless. I knew full nicely that injuring Edward financially changed into about as difficult because it changed into to damage him physically. It does me no harm in any respect, and we each comprehend it. This, however, he stated, elevating my hand, entwining it with his own, might harm you. Irrespective of how delicious the concept appears to me, how could I justify it? I hadn't realized that I would been retaining my breath till he finished speaking. The air sent a cool alleviation crashing through my lungs as I inhaled. It fast spread via the rest of my frame, intensifying in addition as Edward wound his arms via my hair, pulling me in opposition to him. He pressed his frame so carefully to mine that I ought to sense almost its every curve and contour. That by myself became sufficient to confuse my concept method. He changed into pretty much to lean in and press his lips to mine, once I remembered why I should protest. I nevertheless want to do it. Groaning, he released me from his draw close and took steps lower back. Why, what exactly do you get out of this, Bella? I gnawed at my lip at the same time as considering a way to phrase my solution. I sighed, knowing already that anything I stated would send my skin 10 sunshades of pink. At the sight of my blush, Edward's forehead changed into instantly furrowing. Finally, I decided that it might be first rate simply to pop out with it. The best factor I ever appear to think about is being with you, best, on every occasion we simply together, there's constantly this vast boundary that we cannot pass. Once in a while I feel as though we in no way going to get there. I don't understand the relationship, he stated softly. I sighed. I wager I just got it into my head that if I ought to make up with a touch a part of myself something corporeal it would be easier to trust that in the future I'll get to present you the rest. The summer looks like a lifetime away, and already I experience as though I am going mad with want. My eyes located his then, time seeming to lose its meaning as the emeralds blazed all over again. This time, even though, I saw a totally distinctive kind of warmth. After I finally remembered how to talk, I shrugged, and murmured, I am handiest human. The silence following my little speech became thick and deep. Edward persevered to go looking my face, weighing my wishes and the which means of my words along with his own gentlemanly morals. Slowly but without a doubt, his eyes lost the guarded aspect that were gift considering we might enter the room, and inside the following seconds, he closed the distance among us all over again, winding an arm around my waist, before me returned over to the Honeyduke's package deal still laid out at the ground. My coronary heart leapt in my chest. Possibly he would cave without further persuasion. He confronted me as we knelt down collectively at the thick woolen rug, his knees grazing towards mine. Carefully, I touched my wand again in opposition to the tip of my finger, deliberately choosing the one make upon which I wore Elizabeth Masson's ring. Pongo. The second one I uttered the spell, a small sting shot throughout my porcelain skin. I held my breath because the crimson bead seeped through the tiny puncture, refusing to be overcome with nausea. Whilst making ready the cocktail before Edward had his miniature freak out, I might been breathing in and exhaling through my mouth. In keeping with the packaging, the main ingredient in the DIY cocktails become dear, now not that my weak human senses could distinguish the distinction. Blood became blood. To me, it all smelled exactly the same. Edward remained as nevertheless as a statue as I tapped the droplet into the cauldron. The moment it connected with the ruby surface, however, a loud moan escaped the insanely ideal vampire's lips, and he sniffed the air with more enthusiasm, like a human might after catching the scent of something mouth-watering. I grinned. Do I odor true? Delicious, he spoke back throatily, savoring the bouquet. Of path, you always do. Honeydukes had usually maintained high standards when it got here to pleasant the flavor buds of its customers. It changed into most effective to be predicted, therefore, that Mr. and Mrs. Flume might find a way to extend that to the Cullens. Pushing the boundaries of sweet manufacturing, that they had used numerous enchantments to create a completely unique new product for their undead marketplace. The magic they forged make upon their blood cocktails induced them to absolutely make makeup the scent and flavor of any brought substances. Molecularly, the contents of the cauldron hadn't modified in the slightest. It become nonetheless dearest blood to Edward. However, it taste and scent simply as appetizing as the essential fluid flowing inside me. And all it took become one drop of blood, a tiny and easy sacrifice, in my view nowhere close to enough to turn his irises a frightening pink. One more word became all I had to seal the puncture. When that was accomplished, I reached for a rag to wipe my finger, but Edward had other ideas in mind. Now that there was no risk his venom could find its way into my bloodstream, he lifted my finger to his lips, and kissed away the last blood, lightly skimming his tongue over my now flaming skin. It turned into a surprise that I didn't spontaneously combust. I felt hot enough. The burning within the pit of my belly became spreading, and that I wouldn't have been taken aback within the slightest if Edward had complained that my blood turned into searing his tongue. It became on fireplace in my veins, setting every other cellular aflame. Unlike the venom, but, which I should bear in mind with best readability, this changed into an amazing kind of warmth. "You flavor top, too," Edward murmured. His voice did exciting things to my body. Although hard with preference, it additionally retained its musical nice, and, marveling at it, I makeuply felt as if I might soften right into a jelly-like substance, as opposed to clearly burst into flames. I used to be so crushed that stringing a sentence together became an impossibility, so once I finally managed to reply, the only word I may want to get out turned into, "greater." He nodded slowly, his eyes by no means leaving mine. With trembling hands, I poured the blood into a conjured goblet, which I then lifted to his lips. Because the silver rim touched them, he lightly located his own arms over mine to regular me. And with that, he inhaled one deep, very last breath, before he tilted the container upwards, and took the ruby cocktail into his mouth. His eyes rolled lower back ever so barely because the liquid streamed over his tongue, and he at once commenced to drink greater fiercely, as a wasteland wanderer might after locating an oasis. I counted the seconds as they passed. It took him most effective 7 to empty the goblet. "That become makeup," he stated whilst he finish, nearly breathlessly. "Maybe we should rename your blood. Ambrosia, I assume. It has to be the most addictive and heavenly substance within the international." "I am glad you want it," I answered, taking part in his makeup horic expression. That could be a chunk of an understatement, although I can assist but experience a little responsible. "Why, no person died for this." He bit his lip. "It's simply the idea of it. I've prevented bodily gratification for see you later that I cannot help but feel slightly terrible for indulging now. Edward, it become nevertheless only dear blood. It was only a little tastier than standard." He grinned. Every other big understatement. His phrases provoked a smile. It turned into small in the beginning, however step by step grew until it covered the decrease half of my face. There was something very candy about this victory. If I used to be being absolutely honest with myself, my preference for this were fueled partially through the savage inexperienced-eyed monster that Remelda Vane and the other Hogwarts witches had helped to nourish. I would never truly needed to address jealousy to this quantity before. Sure, on every occasion Edward and I were together out of town, I might needed to position makeup with the involved and speculative stares he'd drawn, but those weren't steady, and that I should effortlessly ignore them. In Forks, everybody have been far too intimidated via the Cullens to pay them tons interest. If they had, at least, I'd hardly ever noticed. Now, but, there was a lustful harpy waiting to strike on each hall. I puzzled in short if Edward had felt this ill every time he needed to position makeup with the mind of Mike Newton. At the time, I would concept the animosity a bit makeup now. Alternatively, I used to be starting to empathize. That was some other purpose why I'd been so determined to have Edward take part of me into himself, just as I might have his venom surging through my blood one day. I'd wanted something that went past gold earrings. I desired something everlasting, something that could not be taken off. My blood changed into internal him now, and despite the fact that no one else would be capable of see that or apprehend its significance, the knowledge would be with me I was part of Edward, simply as I knew with my complete being that he become part of me. We belong to one another with each other. In spite of most effective the one ruby drop, the system had created an undeniable intimacy, one which had sent an electric modern-day buzzing over my skin. Not like the ones we had made on the night of our engagement, this new promise become unstated, but absolutely real. If I'd been wrong approximately the whole lot else, there has been one component of which I was positive the size and insinuating feedback of Remilda Vane and the alternative swooning witches would by no means bother me once more. Rather, I knew I'd be capable of smile angelically and go on my merry way. Perhaps I was just being weird. That seemed more likely than whatever else. Both manner, I clearly couldn't fin it in myself to worry approximately that. I do not have anything to provide you, Edward stated alas, sensing the weight of the instant. Smiling, I rose to my toes. He did too, before following me over to the mattress, in which we both comfortable in opposition to the springy cover. Edward wrapped his cold, tough palms around me. With the warmth from the hearth blazing against my again, his wintry embrace felt exceptionally satisfactory. This is enough, I murmured. In spite of everything, he'd already given me his coronary heart. What extra could absolutely everyone ask for? After some greater minutes of silence, Edward ultimately spoke. Might you like to come here after the ball? My eyes immediately flew open and that I stiffened. To spend some time collectively. I failed to suggest that as in we. That sounds perfect, I make upted, urgent a finger to his lips. Please, let us try this simply to be collectively. He nodded slowly, and hugged me closer. Collectively, he purred, before allowing the silence to envelop us all over again. It turned into Saturday 26th October 5 days until the huge night time. Alice, I complained. Bella, she retorted. Would you prevent threatening me with your B6FD8 D88 D79 Ed 1018 DF 623 DOB 49 E84 E7 utensils? I can do all of it myself. But I am bored. I've already finished with my very own look, and Rosalie won't permit me paintings on her. So do Lavender. Cannot a person else cope with the torture for exchange? I've just completed weaving Lavender's hair. I groaned and became to stand the pouting vampire, who was, slumped on her mattress, searching at me with massive pleading eyes. Her hair changed into pinned into neat, pretty curls, instead of declaring in all guidelines, as become her ordinary fashion. Being a vampire, she didn't need cosmetics, which, of path, meant that she become constantly capable of move on to terrorizing me almost immediately. Even though I cherished her pixie-like look, on occasion I couldn't help however desire that Alice had longer hair than she'd haven't any desire however to spend more time on herself. That idea swirled in my thoughts for a second, and I felt my head tilt slowly to the facet as I examined her. Bella, she probed. SSH. What's it? What's occurring? Why are looking at me like she broke off mid-sentence as her eyes glassed over, seeming to observe something some distance off in the distance, as she continually did when having a vision. All of a sudden, the B6FD8 D88 D79 Ed 1018 DF 623 DOB 49 E84 E7 bag in her hand fell to the wood floor, its contents spilling throughout the darkish floor, clattering loudly. Rosalie whirled on the sound, her frame freezing into stillness. The noise had struck the eye of the opposite girls too, all of whom have been peering warily at the tiny vampire, wondering what within the world ought to ever have triggered her grip to fail. Slowly but certainly, the point of interest returned to Alice's eyes. Her breath stuck and she or he blinked swiftly, earlier than her gaze settled back on me. She took 2 very planned and careful steps then, pausing whilst she reached the center of the room. Her eyes were shiny as she addressed me. You may try this, she whispered. I do not know, I answer. It turned into simply an concept. You are the simplest person who is aware of whether or not it's going to work or not. Whether or not what will paintings? Requested Rosalie, irritated at being out of the loop. Alice absently brushed her palms against the facet of her head, her face never dropping its excitement. It'll work, she found out slowly, however it might not last forever. I still might not be able to make up the magic completely, some days on the most. Absolutely everyone remained frozen as they waited for the 2 people to begin being much less cryptic. Although she did not actually need the oxygen, I ought to see how swiftly Alice's breathing had emerged as makeup. I assume it took all of her willpower to prevent herself from pouncing at me. Please, Bella, she whispered, more simply than she ever had before. Simplest seconds had passed before I was springing out the door, strolling down to the following dormitory, and then the only after that, and the one after that, calling for aid from my fellow witches. Within 3 minutes, our dorm became packed with 7th, 6th, and 5th years, all keen to help the bouncing, inky-haired vampire. Are you positive you need to do that? Hermione asked her warily. I am genuinely fine. I've already visible that this may pass well if we strive. I can't wait to peer Jazz's face. Ginny chuckled at that, sliding her wand from her pocket just like the rest of us. I have in no way visible a vampire faint earlier than. I reckon we may want to probably do it, even though. Rosalie and that I helped Alice remove the pins from her hair, even as Hermione reminded the other ladies of the appeal and its wand actions. Happily, her instructions regarded to be useless. If there was one issue most adolescent witches knew quality, it was grooming spells. That is so surreal, I laughed. Alice grinned as she laid back against the comforter on her bed, fanning her hair out beneath her to create a halo. It is not it? Who might vey notion which you'd ever be the one giving me a makeover? Rosalie nodded. The arena has certainly turned the other way up it seems. She moved lower back then, to provide us room to work. Make up, I requested, pointing my wand at the halo. Do it, Alice commanded, resolute. All right, said Ginny, on 3. The witches round me tensed, anticipating the instant of fact. Alice closed her eyes, her expression non-violent. 3. I gulped. Come on, fairy godmother, get it collectively. 1. Crinitus. A crack like thunder sounded through the room, practically deafening me as it bounced off the walls. At the start, I could not see for the blinding flash. Even after the light had dwindled, my eyes nevertheless needed some moments to modify. While my imaginative and prescient ultimately cleared, but the sight that met me stole my phrases away. In her stillness, Alice seemed like a few kind of sound asleep angel, her lovely face framed by way of a length of thick, black, smooth, locks which ran all the manner to her waist. On a human, performing the sort of spell would were a chunk of cake. It wasn't that easy while casting it make upon a vampire. It had required over 20 witches to create a strength sturdy enough to work. The silence turned into thick. Nobody should speak. We have been all nonetheless too shocked on the consequences of our collective efforts. In the end, the excited little pixie couldn't restrain herself to any extent further. Leaping makeup from her relaxed position, she jumped off the bed and over our heads, landing gracefully in front of the large status replicate. For 1 second, there has been some other silent pause, and then squeals of joy, higher, louder and extra girly than anything I might ever heard before in my existence. I hadn't even had time to snort whilst Alice's hard, little frame was colliding with my smooth one. I gasped for air as she locked me in an embrace which very nearly destroyed my ribs. Thanks, she sang. All of you, thank you. Finally, I am able to play with my very own hair. I breathed a sigh of alleviation, grateful for this new crimson herring. If this become all it took to get Alice off my back, I'd round make up the troops whenever possible. Having stated that, I loved her everyday fashion as much as I did her transient one. The short and spiky do complemented Alice's quirky persona quite well. The more youthful witches lingered for some more minutes, issuing make-uplement after make-up as they watched the vampire tending to her flowing tresses. In the end, however, they all retreated again to their own dorms, remembering that they nevertheless had to get themselves make-up too. After any other hour of cautious instruction, the clock reached area to 7, and we were all dressed and polished. The alternative humans had already long gone down to satisfy their companions, leaving handiest me and the 2 vampires at the back of. Rosalie, as always, seemed impossibly beautiful. Her hair was pulled returned into an elaborate weave, at the same time as some golden spirals framed her face. Her masks turned into jewel-encrusted, and had a swan-like attachment on one side, which had been crafted from carefully shaped, glittering metal. I'd been proper approximately 1 issue the get-dressed suited her flawlessly. Best someone as confident and striking as Rosalie could be able to pull off the look she'd long gone for. Couldn't resist I have a tiny bit of Alice in me. The outfits, which are all by Jesus Perro, are on my profile. They meant to be wedding dresses, so they not in the right color, but the styles are seriously gorgeous. Check them out. Drool all you want. The masks aren't in the right color either, but I am sure you guys all have good enough imaginations that you can picture them anyway. Alice's outfit was extra delicate. The get-dressed changed into strapless, its skirts made from swathes of floaty lace and voile. Over the bodice, she wore a flimsy lace shrug, which reduced off simply underneath her elbows. Being a fashion lover, she'd no longer been capable of withstand the opportunity to feature her own stylish kick. For this reason, she'd offered a sensitive pair of arm warmers, no longer that they had have lived as much as that name, had it been a human carrying them. They, too, have been made from skinny, black lace, as turned into her mask. Her hair changed into immaculate, falling in massive, loose ringlets over her dark dress. My get dressed was easier. It became a strapless number made from satin, a line in form. The bodice was wrapped in voile, taking into consideration a softer effect. As with Alice's dress, layer make upon layer were added to the decrease one too, developing a fountain of delicate, floaty material. I took one last look in the mirror, frightened on the sight of my reflection, before I lifted the masks to my face, and fastened the ribbon securely. You look ideal, Alice chimed, her smile make up. Edward goes to seem like the cat that captured the canary when he sees you. I make up's makeup Jasper is going to be more flabbergasted than every person tonight, Rosalie smiled, winking at me from behind her mask. Definitely, I agreed. This is your night, Alice. Our night time, the pixie corrected, on foot over to her makeup board. After plunging a hand right into a stack of neatly organized tops and sweaters, she pulled from one of the folds a small vial. I regarded the potion right now, but changed into intensely confused as to why she was makeup maintaining it out to me. I don't understand, I mumbled. I want you to take half, Bella. It is a thanks present. But, no buts, Alice inter makeup did, uncorking the empathia. I've already visible the manner Jasper goes to examine me this night, and I have already heard some of the matters he is going to mention, so there may be no question in my thoughts which you deserve this. She slipped the vial into my palm, and gave me an encouraging smile. There will nevertheless be sufficient left over for Rose and me to test with, so don't worry approximately that. Besides, make makeup it is approximately time you found out for yourself exactly how a good deal Edward loves you. Alice did not need to offer me any extra encouragement after that. With a few brief gulps, I swallowed half the bottle, gasping all at once as a whirl of flavors started overwhelming my senses. The primary one turned into slightly fizzy against my tongue, as if I would just vigorously shaken a bottle of soda, proper before pouring the fruity drink into my mouth. I tried to differentiate the unique tastes. I picked out kiwi, cherry, pineapple, and orange. The flavor filled me with exhilaration for some reason, and that make makeup desired greater than whatever to prance around the room, making a song the first cheery tune that got here to mind on the top of my lungs. I didn't recognize that I used to be arising and down on my tiptoes till Rosalie pointed it out. I bet the results are immediate. Yep, stated Alice, popping the pea. As I looked at them, I noticed the colorful auras that enveloped our bodies. Alice's became the most powerful, seeming to pulse into Rosalie's, feeding her sister's pleasure. After which a brand new flavor hit me. While this one became easy to separate from the opposite emotions, it failed to necessarily clash with them. Beside the effervescent anticipation, I additionally tasted something that I couldn't quite become aware of. Sunshine seemed like the apparent preference, but there had been different flavors too, such as honey, cream, bread, and roses. All those adorable scents went straight to my coronary heart. I looked at the ladies' faces, unable to realize what I used to be feeling, gasping as the flavor hit me in clean torrents. And then, earlier than I may want to prevent myself, I leapt with all of the force my human limbs could give makeup me, proper into the fingers of Alice and Rose. Both had been exuding an affection so strong that it made me need to burst into tears. Thankfully, I managed to avoid that, although handiest just. They both laughed as they lowered back my embrace. The emotion I was getting from Alice changed into more potent than that which I received from the golden-haired vampire. The distinction, but, turned into surely undetectable, which amazed me absolutely. I would acknowledge that Rosalie had warmed to me, however I hadn't realized the volume of it till now. Like Alice, she changed into radiating a sphere of nourishing, sisterly love a symphony of smooth and mild flavors, powerful, though not at all overwhelming. I smiled as I pulled away, noticing the gentle crimson light swirling round our bodies. So the masquerade would be greater colorful than I might imagined it might be. I could address that. After one closing look in the mirror, Alice became as toward the door. It is a very good process Rosalie gave you that Newton ball. The second one Edward sees you, you're no longer going so that you can breathe. Isn't always that a chunk of an overstatement? Never, Rosalie spoke back significantly. Whilst she persevered, her tone became type. You think you understand love, Bella, but your frame might wreck with less than 1/4 of the emotion a vampire is capable of feeling. Happily, you were simplest getting a taste of it, otherwise we might have a real mess to smooth make up. I laughed nervously, in short noting the odd flavor that unique emotion created. You were about to discover for yourself, anyway, Alice smiled. And with that, she and Rosalie marched me out onto the stairs, thrusting me into the big, huge unknown. Somewhere just beyond the limits of Hogwarts, a black danger turned into looming, watching for the signal, looking ahead to the perfect time to strike. On our journey down the grand staircase, I became intensely grateful for the empathia. Without it, I would surely have been a nervous wreck, but Alice and Rosalie's excitement was so strong that it practically obliterated all of my insecurities. The men and women in the portraits murmured various compliments as we passed, their eyes traveling appreciatively over our faces and clothing. "Ah, there be true pearls," said the young seaman as we reached the second floor, peering through his spyglass at us. I knew I should have been embarrassed by that, and yet I wasn't. I felt that emotion somewhere below, trying desperately to reach me, failing because it couldn't compete with the high I was currently experiencing. It was a miracle that I hadn't floated away already. "I guess Professor Flitwick doesn't do thing by halves either," commented Rosalie, eyeing the hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns hovering above our heads. They'd been suspended all the way from the top of the grand staircase to the very bottom, each one unique in expression, all perfectly carved. "No," I agreed, "he doesn't. I wonder what the Great Hall will look like. I guess we'll find out soon." I held my breath as we rounded the corner and the entrance hall came into view. It was bustling with happy couples and the resultant teenage hormones, all of which were causing a shroud of pink strawberry-scented energy to expand through the space. I felt smitten just watching them. The feeling was intensified as I inhaled the pink hazy light. Glancing briefly at Alice, I told myself that it would be a terrible idea to kiss her. Control yourself, woman. Those feelings aren't yours. Hold out until Edward, and then it won't matter that you've become an emotional sponge. Quickly focusing my attention on locating him, I allowed my eyes to roam over the faces filling the area. It took me only a second. He was standing by the enormous double doors leading into the Great Hall, alongside his two brothers, the upper half of his face obscured by the mask he wore. Even then, I was still astonished by his beauty. His skin looked especially white against his long, midnight robes. The light from the overhead lanterns accentuated the bronze of his hair, throwing his pale complexion into sharper relief. There was never a dull median when it came to Edward. Every shade making up his strong, glorious body was either a shocking pale, a deep shadow, or an intense, vibrant color. If I was a soft watercolor, then he was a breathtaking glacis, a snowy canvas layered with warm bronze, vibrant green, and deep onyx. Sometimes there were other colors too, rich golds and mesmerizing purples, though I hadn't actually seen the bruise-like circles beneath his eyes for a while. He was always too well fed nowadays for that. I felt my heartbeat accelerate as I stared at him in wonder. He must not have been kidding when he told me once how attuned he was to the sound of it, because the second it picked up, he stiffened, and then slowly allowed his gaze to drift up to the top of the stairs where I was standing. I didn't even bother to try to read his expression. My mind was suddenly in a complete whirl, every thought overwhelmed by the scale of the emotion I was experiencing. The second Edward's eyes had found mine, his sunshine yellow aura had exploded outwards like a nuclear bomb, slamming against me so swiftly and forcefully that I didn't even have time to catch my breath. For the first few moments, I couldn't make sense of anything. I couldn't understand the scene around me. I couldn't define the flavor of the soft pink energy, which was so intense that it almost burnt my tongue. For the briefest moment, I couldn't even remember who I was or what I was doing here. The only thing I could comprehend was the fact that I was being crushed by something massive, something so enormous that it should have possessed its own gravitational field. I lost my balance as the energy flared around me, a tiny part of my brain conscious of the fact that I was toppling backwards. Before I could hit the floor, something counteracted the force of my fall, but it wasn't until a few moments later that I remembered the Newton ball hidden beneath my skirts. Deep breaths. Bella, someone Rosalie, I think reminded me. And then I realized that I was hyperventilating, my fingers fluttering at my chest to ensure my heart was still intact. Had it not exploded too in the blast? It felt as if it would. How could anything not crumble under that kind of love? Atlas himself would probably have stuck with the world. Surely it couldn't be as heavy as that washing over me now. Beneath my mask, my eyes were wet with tears, and I was thankful that the mascara I'd borrowed from Alice was waterproof. Dabbing carefully at my damp cheeks, I concentrated on inhaling, taking a series of deep, calming breaths, before I cautiously turned my attention to studying the different layers of Edward's mood. There was an orangey-red tint to his pulsing aura, now a slight anxiety which was faintly reflected by his expression. I threw him a smile in my attempts to reassure him. It was only a small one, because I still felt a little shaky and dizzy after being hit by the wave of adoration, but it managed to remove the tinge of worry, leaving only pink and swirling red energy behind. Now that I'd regained some measure of calm, it was far easier to place the flavors I tasted. Strawberries and cream again, though far more concentrated than anything you could get from actual fruit. The red swirls flaring out from just beneath his abdomen hit me next. It sent my tongue burning again, but at the same time, it was strangely pleasant. I tried to think of a good comparison, and I quickly realized that it reminded me of chocolate chili truffles, sweet yet fiery. My head spun as I inhaled the redness, and suddenly, it took everything I had to stop myself from charging at Edward and tackling him to the floor. Passion. Desire. Lust. I stared at him in shock, unable to believe the strength of his feelings. It baffled me completely that someone as stunning as Edward could see me playing next to him in that way. What surprised me even more was how Edward seemed to be able to feel so many strong emotions at once. If the lust and love had been less intense, maybe it would have been easier to imagine them existing together in harmony. Despite my disbelief, I could feel my smile touching my eyes. Edward beamed in return, and walked over to the bottom of the stairs where he waited for me to descend. Carefully, I made my way down, conscious the entire time of the swaths of black voile and satin ready to trip me. Once again, I was exceedingly grateful for the Newton ball. I would owe Rosalie forever. When I reached the bottom step, Edward gently lifted his hands to caress my face, adding no more pressure than he would have if he'd been stroking a soap bubble. Through the holes in his mask, I could see his vivid green eyes, two deep wells overflowing with emotion. He kept them fixed on mine and said, "Now you know." My blush didn't affect my smile. I was far too happy for bashfulness. I stared at him in awe, nodding slowly as I whispered, "I know." He must have seen in his sisters' minds that I'd taken the empathia. He didn't seem to mind that I could read him perfectly now. If anything, that fact only pleased him. We both knew now that I would never ever question the hold I had on Edward again. I'd felt it for myself, and I could finally see just how unbreakable that attachment truly was, stronger and more durable than his immortal body. Impossibly, Edward's emotions intensified as he kissed me, which only made me more enthusiastic. I could see why Jasper craved good emotional climates. When you could so easily sense the moods of those surrounding you, it was impossible not to be affected by them. That thought reminded me of the fact that I was supposed to be watching his reaction to Alice's makeover, so after Edward and I finally broke apart, I cast my gaze in the empath's direction. He was standing at the foot of the stairs too, his bulging eyes fixed upon the impossibly lovely vampire standing only a few steps up. His mouth was agape as looked up at her, his chest rising and falling quickly. Perhaps he'd forgotten that breathing wasn't essential for him. He seemed to need the air though. His aura was just as intense as Edward's had been, expanding through the room like a colossal parachute. Although the center was the same, a pink bubble streaked with the occasional red flare, the edges were completely different. There was a thin membrane of color containing the others, a shocked orange lined with euphoric veins of sunshine yellow, along with various other colors, most of which seemed to be feeding in from outside sources. Alice took the last couple of steps, so that she was left standing directly in front of her husband, barely an inch of space separating them. She didn't speak, but, instead, waited for his reaction to play out. Slowly, he reached up to touch her hair, running his hand over the silky, inky tresses, his expression never shifting from its look of wonder. Alice. I would have laughed at his speechlessness if I hadn't found it so endearing. You so beautiful, he managed, his fingers moving to the edges of her mask. That's cheating, she beamed. Nevertheless, she allowed him to slowly unveil her face. There it was again, that look of a man seeing the sun for the very first time. Finally, however, he seemed to regain some level of composure, his disbelieving expression shifting into a wide grin that touched his eyes. Do you like it? She asked happily, already knowing his answer. He nodded. You look like someone who just walked out of a fairy tale. But, of course, I love it, though I loved it before too. That look was so you. You can pull off anything, Alice. What a silly statement. She was a vampire, obviously anything would suit her. She could have had no hair at all and she still would have outshone every human in the world. At least I can have a little variety now, she smiled, tying her mask back into place. How did you do it? Emmett broke in, seeming very impressed with the transformation. Bella, it was her idea, though it took a fair bit of witch power. Jasper smiled widely at me, whilst his gratitude washed against my skin. I winked at him as Edward pulled me closer. Sweet, Emmett laughed. You look good, Shorty, though I gotta admit, this is completely weird. I agree, said Rosalie. By the time we've actually gotten used to it, the spell will have worn off. Her sister shrugged, still beaming. Maybe I'll keep experimenting with it. I could be a master of disguise. Turn it green. Turn it green. Rosalie rolled her eyes at her husband, though the adoration never left her face. I looked around at our party, noting the similarities and differences between each aura. It wasn't until I examined Rosalie and Emmett's more closely that I realized I'd missed something in the others. I'd been too preoccupied at the time with the awesome swell of love to notice the small patches of violet energy radiating from Edward, Alice and Jasper. The odd thing was that they were all located on different areas of their body. On Alice, the violet was layered over her eyes. Jasper had more, but it was scattered over various areas, his Adam's apple, for example, and around his pelvis. Edward's violet areas covered his ears, eyes, and the top half of his head. Curious, I inhaled the mysterious color. So beautiful, always so beautiful. I'll have to think of a way to thank Bella for making Alice so happy. I exhaled so quick that I almost choked. What the hell? My eyes flew to Jasper in shock, my mouth falling open ironically. Though he hadn't been looking at me, the sudden change in my mood alerted him, and his head instantly snapped in my direction. Bella, I shook my head in an attempt to clear it, pausing slightly, before I tried again. Though I was still astounded, I was prepared for it this time. Shock and disbelief, but intrigue too. I wonder what she's thinking. Bella, Edward repeated. Are you all right? I nodded quickly. Yes, it's just the empathia. Emmett and Jasper arched their eyebrows, and I remembered that they'd been previously unaware about Alice's thank you gift. Look, I'll show you. Opening my mind to him, I allowed Edward to see the room through my eyes. To everyone else, it would have been simply orange candlelight matched with black decorations and formal wear. To me, the world was constructed of rainbows. After giving him the initial picture, I focused once again on his violet patches. He stiffened when he realized I was tapping into his psychic ability. How? He breathed, astonished. I wasn't actually sure how to answer that, for I didn't really know myself. Casting my mind back, I tried to remember what I had read in my advanced potions textbook. It had said that the potion allowed a person to experience the emotions of those around them by giving them access to auras, but I'd already discovered the extent to which that was intensified when an individual was transformed into a vampire. When I really thought about it, therefore, it didn't seem all that strange that other types of energy would be revealed through the ambience. If I could tap into one kind, why not others? I think you're right, Edward concurred. Empathy must simply enable the drinker to harness different types of oral energy. Perhaps it's so named because emotional energy is far more common than psychic energy, And, therefore, that's what you're more likely to experience. He scanned the entrance hall, his expression curious. What about witches and wizards? Does magic show in their auras? I focused in on Neville, who was standing just across the hall with Hannah Abbott. The two were bathed in a soft yellow glow, clearly content to be in one another's company. I searched for any violet patches, but found none. There's something, Edward murmured. What are you talking about? Emmett questioned, frustrated. I focused harder, squinting as I tried to discover his meaning. It was then that I realized the faint hue enveloping their bodies. It was so subtle that it was difficult to make out, but, looking now, I could definitely see the color overlay. You're right. They're surrounded by violet metaphysical energy, though it's not as concentrated as yours, more widely spread though. Yes, I wonder how that energy would affect them if they were transformed, he said absently, before casting his eyes back to me. I would have thought that all psychic energy, whether it envelops the entire body, or whether it's restricted to certain areas as mine is, would always start off that faint for a human. When I change you, Bella, yours will be strengthened too, only you'll possess far more than me, Jasper, or Alice. He smirked then, though his eyes never lost their speculative glimmer. I can't even imagine how powerful you'll be. Certainly more so than anyone else belonging to my world. Though the others didn't fully understand the conversation, when they looked at me next, their faces turned wary. There was a certain respect there too. Even Emmett, the Joker, looked serious in his contemplation. Intrigued, I once again inhaled Edward's violet glow. Seen Bella in action already, and she's still only a human. How will her powers translate? Has there ever been a vampire, witch or wizard? I focused in on the others whilst Emmett continued to ponder. She could be deadly, thought Jasper, perhaps even more so than Jane. I shuddered at that, doubting that anyone could be more formidable than that exquisite abomination. Alice, I wish I could see what her talent will be. I wonder. What I saw next knocked the wind out of me. A vision swam before my eyes, one of a woman perched amidst the bushes within some deep, misty forest. She was so exquisitely beautiful that she seemed almost alienesque. Every feature of her face was angular and perfect. Her large eyes, which were framed by a set of long, thick, jet-black eyelashes, were a striking gold. Beneath them were two very faint purplish bruises. Her teeth were the whitest of white. Her snowy skin shimmered like pearl, seeming even paler against her shiny mahogany locks, which appeared thoroughly windswept, possibly from running. I knew exactly who this wild beauty was, but it was almost impossible to accept. I stood silently, mouth agape as the vision unfolded. She was peering through the trees, hiding behind one of the trunks. A little way away, a bronze-haired vampire was wandering along, sniffing the air as he scanned his surroundings. Unbelievably, the girl glided towards him, her feet never less than a meter from the ground. The beautiful angel continued to search the area, and didn't look at the magical female once. It was almost as if he couldn't even see her. She circled him quickly, landing only when she was directly behind him. He stiffened as she blew on his ear, before he slowly turned to face her. Chuckling, he said, "You certainly make hide and seek more interesting, Bella, but won't you come out?" The girl smiled and whispered, "Finite." Immediately, the man blinked, as if trying to remove something from his eyes, before his face broke into a wide grin. "I see you." And then the two unearthly creatures were suddenly locked in an embrace, their bodies so close that they could have been one person. In the next moment, the two were engaging in a passionate kiss, and then the vision faded. Alice's eyes lost their glassiness, before landing on me. Her expression was even more wary than before, not that I could blame her. I was just as tense and nervous about what I had seen as she was. I was still trying to work past the dazzling beauty of my future face. I could hardly believe that it would belong to me someday. It made me feel slightly anxious that the change would be so drastic. Would anyone even recognize me? Would Charlie? And what exactly had I done to Edward in the premonition? Clearly I hadn't cast a disillusionment charm on myself, because my body had still been visible. And where was my wand? I hadn't taken it out when I'd brought the magic to an end. Glancing over at Edward, I saw that his eyes were wide as he sent waves of shock and awe in my direction. "What did you see?" Jasper inquired, looking at Alice. She hesitated before answering. "I am not completely sure. The way in which she and the others began to scrutinize me made me feel a little self-conscious. Alice continued to stare whilst Edward filled in Jasper, Emmett and Rosalie. The boys started trading theories then, the three speaking so quickly that I failed to make out half the words. Because of my discomfort, I was grateful when Rosalie interrupted their discussion. This is all completely fascinating, but are we actually going to go and join the others, or are we going to stand out here forever? I threw her a quick smile. She winked in response, before turning towards the doors, and walking into the great hall alongside her burly husband. Alice and Jasper followed behind her, whilst Edward and I went last. The hall was filled with witches and wizards belonging to almost every age group, the students and teachers mingling with ministry officials, as well as those belonging to the Order of the Phoenix. They were all clothed from head to toe in black, some standing around the edges of the room, immersed in conversation, whilst others twirled at the center, locked in a smooth waltz. The colors of the spectrum glowed around them, adding a very ethereal aspect to the setting. The 5 great tables were nowhere in sight, and had been cleared from the room to give the people more space, though there were 2 quarter-circle tables in the corners nearest the massive set of doors, both overloaded with trays and trays of delicious-looking food. The walls were completely covered in black silk and taffeta, hiding the stone from view. The material had been enchanted with a twinkle charm, so that it looked as if thousands of stars had been embedded in it, some as small as apple seeds, others as large as peach stones. Dozens of jack-o'-lanterns hung in this room too, suspended where the candles usually hovered. At the far end, standing upon the raised platform on either side of Dumbledore's portrait, were 2 enormous pumpkins, each the size of a small car. These, also, had expressions carved into them, and whoever it was that had designed them, I guessed that they'd drawn their inspiration from the comedy and tragedy masks used in Greek drama. Both shone wonderfully, not merely because of the light emitted by their inner candles, but because they too had been hit with a twinkle charm. I'd never seen a diamond-encrusted pumpkin before, and it was difficult to believe that they had probably taken less time to create than I would have taken to tie a set of shoelaces. There was only one other additional charm which had been put upon them, after all the engorgement charm. There were instruments set upon the platform too, all seeming to play themselves. The massive stained glass window behind them had also been enchanted, so that it looked as if it was producing its own subtle glow, illuminating each pane in the most wonderful way. In my opinion, it provided the perfect finishing touch. Rosalie and Emmett led the way, stepping into the current of twirling dancers, the transition smooth and flawless. It was a good thing I'd learnt the steps years ago until now. Of course, I'd never been able to execute them without making a spectacle of myself. With the help of the Newton ball, however, that was no longer the case. I didn't need to take to Edward's feet this time. He pulled me into the waltz and I followed him effortlessly, spinning in time with the music. He beamed as we went, and I couldn't help but do the same, lost once again in the swell of the strawberry-loving haze. Edward was all smiles. He looked magnificent. I never thought I'd see the day that you danced of your own free will. It's not so bad when you can stay upright, I joked. I looked around then, mesmerized by the fanning skirts, the glittering masks, and the weaving colors. Esme looked like some kind of angel as she traveled over the stone floor with Carlyle, spinning gracefully in his arms. The euphoria was written all over their faces. Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Ginny were there too. The boys' movements were clumsier than the girls', and looked even more so when compared with the vampires. That was only to be expected, though the Cullens could put anyone to shame. Lavender looked radiant in her partner's arms, graceful like a swan. I smiled as Bale's aura pulsed. He was totally smitten. His lips moved in response to something said by his date. Another shot of purple energy, another chance to listen in. I am a Catapults fan. He paused momentarily, but continued at the sight of Lavender's probing expression. Though I've lived in Kent all my life, my mum and dad were raised in Wales. They always took me to watch the Caerphilly Catapults when I was younger, so I've grown up supporting them. What about you? Do you follow anyone? Lavender nodded. The Montrose Magpies. I felt my nose wrinkle, and I suddenly had the massive urge to groan. Bale merely laughed though, seeming entertained. So you're a Glory supporter then? He teased playfully, his shyness evaporating with his amusement. Lavender blushed and bit her lip. Maybe I should have said the Chudley Cannons instead. She looks kind of adorable, the Hufflepuff student chuckled mentally, the pink haze surrounding him brightening suddenly. He winked at her then, suddenly confident. Don't worry, I'll educate you. It was a relief to see someone else turning red for a change. I giggled as Lavender caught sight of me from over her date's shoulder. She smiled timidly as I gave her the thumbs up, which, of course, was odd in itself. Lavender wasn't usually a shy character. To my right, McGonagall was dancing with Professor Slughorn, and Hagrid was partnered up with Madame Maxime, who had arrived in her flying carriage just after midday. Amicus and Viola were doing their own little dance on the sidelines, and waved as we spun past them. I smiled back, wondering if there was something more to that relationship, something which hadn't yet made itself known. There were a few spirits there too, all determined to enjoy the celebrations. Nick was wearing a haughty expression as he led the Ravenclaw ghost. Even Dumbledore had descended from the 7th floor to be present at the event, and was currently doing the tango with the fat lady inside his portrait, neither seeming to care that their movements clashed completely with the rhythm of the music. Edward shook his head and chuckled. I wish I could met him in real life. I would loved getting an insight into his mind. Yes, I agreed, despite his eccentricities, he was a very gifted wizard. It's still difficult to imagine this place without him. I doubt there'll ever be another headmaster like him. You're probably right. He pushed the topic in a different direction then, his expression curious. So, how's your impression of the Empythea? It's certainly interesting, I answered with a smirk. Is this how it is for Jasper? Kind of, except he sees things differently. There aren't any colors involved. More like hot-cold sensation, so when he manipulates a person's emotions, it's like adjusting the temperature of a running tap. How intriguing. Do you pity him yet? No, but that's because everyone seems to be in high spirits. I haven't had anything negative to deal with so far. I'd just had to go and jinx it, hadn't I? I'd just had to go and open my big mouth. All of a sudden, a green spindly tendril lunged from my left, going straight for my throat. I inhaled in shock, choking as the violent acidity hit my tongue. Immediately, I pulled my hands away from Edward and clutched them to my throat. So quickly that everything around me blurred, he pulled me out of the path of the other dancers, and before I knew what was happening, we were both standing by the raised platform, nestled close to the wall. A few heads turned in our direction after our mad flight, but the people soon lost interest, resuming their conversations and merrymaking. Bella, are you all right? Edward asked anxiously, rubbing soothing patterns against my back. I nodded weakly, eyeing the haze, searching until I found its source. For one brief moment, my eyes connected with Romilda Vane, who was standing beside a boy I didn't know the name of. She didn't look particularly thrilled to be there though. That, of course, only added potency to her already poisonous jealousy. Wow, I whispered, looking away. She really does want you. What are you talking about? He demanded softly. With a humorless smile, I opened my mind to him and peered out onto the scene. There were others, too, who seemed to be emanating sickly green light, their eyes flicking to me every few seconds. Oh, said Edward, and then he grunted, amused by some thought. I gazed at him questioningly. He responded by pulling me closer, pinning my body against his, grinning wickedly as he did so. The fingers of his left hand spanned across my lower back, whilst he snaked those of his right into my hair, lowering his face to mine. This kiss was not like our usual, it was not careful or sweet. Despite my innocence, there was only one way I could possibly encapsulate it. In a word, it was pure sex. Envy clawed at my face with renewed fury, strengthening even more so when Edward pressed me against the wall, tilting my head so that he could place very unchaste kisses along my neck. He did this slowly, deliberately. His strong hands moved downwards, clutching my outer thighs through the fabric of my dress. He returned his lips to mine, and I gasped into his mouth, forgetting everything except the way he felt against me. He was so expert, so mind-bogglingly good at it all that, if I hadn't known better, I would have said that he'd done this many times before. Then I remembered the morning when he'd woken next to me in Carlisle and Esme's office, and wondered whether he'd actually had more practice than he was letting on. Really, what did he dream about? Unfortunately, it had to end at some point. We were in public after all. Edward's face was smug as he pulled back. I tried to remember how to speak, but my thoughts were still in a complete whirl. Eventually, however, I remembered Remilda and her drooling cohorts. Once again, I inhaled Edward's violet energy, and focused on locating her thoughts. Hate that girl. What's so special about her? And it's not even just Edward. Sigh. But, seriously, just look at Blaze. Even he can't seem to stop gawking, and he hates Muggle-borns as much as any Slytherin. Her thoughts sent a jolt of surprise through me. What shocked me even more was that she was right. Blaze, who was dancing with Pansy Parkinson, was just as green as Remilda, only his jealousy was aimed at Edward. The center of his aura was a mixture of smitten pink and depressed grayish blue. My eyes bugged as his gaze connected with mine. Though he looked away instantly, the truth was still there in his thoughts. She looks so arg. Stop it, damn it. She's a mudblood. A disgusting, filthy, gorgeous, lovely arg. Edward followed my line of sight, smirking as his eyes landed on the Slytherin boy. Enlightening, isn't it? He chuckled. That's one way of putting it, I answered, still incredulous. I almost feel sorry for him. The poor fool becomes more heartbroken with each passing day. With the way you look tonight, I think you've pretty much hit the last nail in the coffin. I threw him a panicked look. He laughed loudly. Come on, little witch. Let's go get something to drink. We made our way around the edges of the room, winding through the crowds. There were many people there whom I failed to recognize, and assumed them to be ministry officials. Almost every single one of them eyed us as we passed, or Edward, to be more specific. Obviously, they knew he was one of the 7 vampires living at Hogwarts. A few smiled politely, but there were some who edged away fearfully as he neared them. One or two even looked downright hostile, and I had to stop myself from lashing out, overwhelmed by the blazing red haze, which burnt my tongue like I'd swallowed fire. I would have demanded to know what their problem was, but there were quite a few people standing by the refreshment tables, and I didn't want to attract their attention. A flash of red hair caught my eye, and I blinked in surprise at the sight of the familiar witch. Mrs. Weasley, I said, shocked yet happy. She flinched at the call of her name, and blinked a few times upon seeing me, but then her expression brightened a little. Oh, Bella. I launched myself into the woman's embrace, throwing my arms around her neck whilst hers closed around my back. She hugged me fiercely, her grip tight with the force of her emotion. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were sparkling with tears behind her mask. Look at me, she smiled weakly. I am being silly. No, you're not, I disagreed immediately. She dabbed at her eyes, and I tried to keep the lump from rising in my throat as her aura washed against me. Motherly affection, embarrassment, a deep, bottomless sorrow. Instantly, I wanted to bolt to escape the room completely to a place where pain didn't exist. Was this how Esme had felt? Was this the same emotion that had forced her to jump from the cliff? I felt as if my heart had suddenly vanished, as if I was living in a ceaseless winter that would surely wipe every grain of life from the earth. I called out to Edward in my thoughts, needing support. His arm was around my waist in an instant, keeping me upright. Quickly, I inhaled a shaky breath, and forced a smile, though I doubt it was convincing. I didn't know you'd be here. She nodded over to her husband, who was standing by a grumpy-looking Professor Martin at the buffet table, pouring drinks for himself and his wife. Arthur brought the invites home over a month ago. We weren't sure whether we'd come at first, but it gives us an excuse to see our children, so she gazed over to where Ron and Ginny were twirling with their partners, her smile sad. The other Cullens arrived then, probably eager for a drink, too. I was especially grateful for Jasper's appearance, breathing a sigh of relief as he ejected waves of numbing calm over the area. Mrs. Weasley suddenly seemed to relax, and for the first time, I noticed just how much weight she'd lost. Though I couldn't see the top half of her face for her mask, I could certainly make out a difference. Since the last time I had seen her in May, it had become a lot thinner, her cheekbones seeming sharper beneath her skin. She greeted the vampires in turn, asking each of them how they were finding school. Emmett was just about to give his opinion of Hogwarts when someone interrupted with a cough. I pivoted to see 3 tall imposing figures towering over us. Molly, said the minister, greeting the witch, who nodded in response. Whenever I had met him before, Kingsley had always scared me a little. On the surface, he had a very friendly air about him. Beneath it all, I saw a very determined man, with a very no-nonsense attitude. I suppose those weren't bad qualities for a political leader, but I still fell quiet whenever he was nearby. The man on his left, who looked to be in his early 30s, was broad yet wiry, and possessed a head of thick, auburn, curly hair. He stared around vacantly, not seeming to look at anything in particular. On Kingsley's right was a man with tanned skin, appearing to fit into roughly the same age bracket. He must have been at least 6'4", and had straight, sandy hair that reached his shoulders. His pointed chin had a deep dimple, his eyes shone a piercing gray from behind his mask, and he had an angry pink scar running horizontally along his left cheekbone, stretching from nose to ear. He smiled at us initially, revealing 2 sets of milky crooked teeth, but after a second more of inspection, his grin was replaced by a vicious sneer. Before I could stop myself, an enraged hiss escaped through my teeth, and my hand flew into the hidden pocket of my dress, closing around my wand. The man's eyes snapped to me and, impossibly, his rage doubled, my mouth desiccated as a result, fire ripping through it. Edward snarled beside me, his eyes set on the livid man. Desperate to understand, I took advantage of his violent energy, intent on obtaining an explanation for the stranger's terrible behavior. I found nothing though, as if he were merely a mirage, as if his mind simply did not exist. He sneered again, his glare snapping back to my vampire fiancé. Kingsley tensed beside him, but the auburn-haired man didn't seem to notice. He was too busy checking out the enchanted ceiling. Quickly, the minister's hand came down on the hate-filled man's shoulder, who shook it off instantly. In a thick Irish accent, he growled, "I know what it is you do, vampire, but it won't work on me. Stay out of my head." And with that, he turned to leave. Once again, Kingsley grabbed him. "Brone, where are you going?" "I am not staying here," the vile man spat. "Not with that filth staring me in the face." "You remaking a scene," the minister murmured. "Just calm. Do not tell me to calm down." Before Kingsley could get another word in, the stranger stormed away, heading straight for the doors. The auburn-haired man, meanwhile, was tracing the lines of his right palm with his left middle finger, oblivious to everything, apparently. It was then, in the ensuing awkward silence, that I realized we had attracted the attention of the hall. Though the music played on, the dancers had stopped, and all heads were turned in our direction. After a few moments, however, everyone looked away and returned to their activities. Even so, the room continued to throb with their collective intrigue, and I had a feeling the disruption had set a fair few tongues wagging. The minister released a heavy sigh. "I am extremely sorry about that," he said, his expression apologetic. "You'll have to forgive Brone. A decade ago, he suffered a very terrible experience at the hands of, well, a regular vampire. He's never gotten over it." Edward sucked in a sharp breath. "What happened?" Esme asked, her voice loaded with concern. Kingsley hesitated for a moment, but seemed to decide that the best way to excuse his friend's behavior was to elaborate. "A vampire killed his wife on their wedding night." Several gasps sounded with this new sickening information. He's never really discussed the details, but it affected him enough that, aside from when he's dealing with dark wizards, he devotes his life to tracking the one who stole away his happiness. "I don't think he'll rest until he's destroyed him." "Humans can kill vampires," Emmett stated flatly. "They can if they know what they're redoing." His sinister statement provoked a lengthy pause, in which time all the Cullens exchanged glances, some fearful, some anxious, and some completely skeptical. "All right," Emmett finally spoke up, "I'll bite. How does a human kill a vampire?" Kingsley shrugged. "Fiendfire will do the trick. Normal vampires tend to be unaware of magic. If a human approaches their hiding spot, why would they run? 9 times out of 10, they wait for their meal to come to them. I'll spare you the gory details, but I'd advise you not to be complacent. Vampires are by no means indestructible." I'd expected Emmett to scoff, but he did no such thing. All I got from him was a swell of concern as his gaze flicked to his radiant wife. "Anyway," the intimidating man continued, clapping his hands together, "enough of that." I stared at him, incredulous, unable to believe how swiftly his tone had changed. He looked over to Edward, and said, "Mr. Cullen, would you mind if I had a word in private? Suddenly alert, I immediately went to read Kingsley's thoughts, but Edward agreed to his request without hesitation, and before I had the chance to work out what the hell was going on, the two were already striding away towards the exit. Alpheus, the minister called over his shoulder. The auburn-haired man looked up, blinking rapidly, seeming dazed. I'll meet you later. We'll discuss things then. And with that, he disappeared through the doors with Edward, leaving his peculiar friend behind. Without saying a word, the man wandered away and into the crowd. We heard the commotion, Ginny stated, arriving with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. What's happening? I have absolutely no idea, her mother told her. Your guess is as good as mine. The air prickled electrically. The vampires had all become unmoving, alabaster statues, their eyes staring forward, unseeing. I waited for them to come back to life, guessing that their concentration was still focused on Kingsley and Edward. As long as the two didn't stray too far away, the Cullens would still have had no problem hearing them over the music, not if they listened hard enough. Whilst they stood frozen, I told the others of the incident with Brone, finishing by informing them of Kingsley's mysterious request. Hermione came up with a possible reason for it almost instantly. It's obvious, isn't it? When none of us offered a response, she huffed and continued. Don't you think it's a little odd that McGonagall randomly decided to throw a ball? We've known her for over 7 years. Is she really the kind of woman that would come up with that kind of idea without outside influence? Harry sighed. Well, when you put it like that, we know there's a leak within the ministry, but people already suspected that before the slaughter in Devonshire. In the months before it, the Death Eaters were evading the Aurors at every turn. So Kingsley arranged to get half the ministry here where he knew he'd have the use of a legilimens, I finished. Precisely, Hermione whispered excitedly. It fits, Ron nodded. Dad told me earlier that, aside from the Order, most of the other guests work in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It makes sense for Kingsley to want to get them all here where he has Edward to investigate them. Plus, anyone who declined the invitation would automatically make themselves look suspicious. I mean, it's not as if the Cullens' powers are a secret. Everyone knows what they're capable of by now. I exhaled heavily, unsure about how I should be feeling. I was partially relieved, thankful that Kingsley's business with my fiancée was simply a request for aid. On the other hand, there was a high possibility that the informant was standing somewhere in the room. That thought made me slightly sick. We discussed the theory a few minutes longer, all the while casting glances about the hall. The laughing man in the corner. The sure-footed female spinning across the dance floor. The red-haired man who held her in his arms. The olive-skinned man inspecting the buffet table, maybe. Or the tall spindly wizard standing by himself. So many suspects one night to root out the culprit. Eventually, we fell into silence, our ideas finally exhausted. Harry, Hermione and I followed Ron and Ginny back over to their parents. Mr. Weasley had returned with drinks, and was speaking animatedly with his wife. Jasper, though he was still frozen like the other vampires, continued to send waves of calm over Mrs. Weasley, enveloping her husband in the process. Suddenly, an exasperated cry pierced the mostly cheerful atmosphere. Oh my, I am so sorry. Here, let me. No, someone said in a clipped monotone voice, just don't. I'll fix it. The disruption had come from Professor Martin. He was currently dabbing at a wet patch on his silver suit. Apparently, he hadn't dubbed it necessary to follow the dress code. The only black items he wore were his polished shoes, his silk tie, and a paper cutout mask which dangled around his hand on an elastic thread. Professor Trelawney, who appeared to have spilt her drink down his pressed outfit, slid a hanky from her sleeve in her attempts to rectify the situation, and dabbed along with him. I said don't, he snapped. Though his voice only rose by a minute fraction, the tone of it was enough to startle the woman, who squeaked and jumped back. I would very much like to know how smearing my suit with crusted mucus and bacterial residue is going to help this situation. But I only wanted to. I do not need infecting, thank you very much. You've done enough already with your loony routine. If you wanted to dance, why didn't you just do it over there? He flicked a finger at the dancers, with everyone else, and, preferably, with a partner, instead of prancing around here on your own, waving your arms about like some kind of deranged savage. I felt an intense wave of sympathy as I gazed over at the poor divination teacher. Behind her thick lenses, her tears appeared 5 times the normal size, impossible to miss as they seeped from her enormous bug-like eyes. Her lips trembled once, right before she spun on her heels and ran from the hall, blubbering as she went. "Moody git," Ron grumbled. "Why does he have to be so bloody miserable all the time?" "Maybe he's just incapable of normal human interaction," Ginny frowned. "You know, earlier, I heard Professor Folplum ask him to dance, and he rejected her. He wasn't even polite about it, he just gave her a flat-out no. Shouldn't someone go after the professor?" Mrs. Weasley wondered, frowning at the door she'd just passed through. "Nah," Ron replied, "she'll not come down from her tower after that. In fact, she'll probably stay up there now for the rest of the year." The crease between Mrs. Weasley's eyes deepened, and seemed as if she was just about to chastise her son for his unsympathetic tone, but Mr. Weasley interjected, in an obvious attempt to lighten the mood. "Anyone for a sweet," he said, extracting a pouch from his clothes. "I got a load last week after we got reports of a magic ice cream scoop from a sweet shop in Bath. I bought 1 bag of sherbet lemons, 2 bags of cherry drops, 3 packets of Smarties, and a pack of fruit pastilles." "And what kind are they?" asked Ron, indicating the pouch. Mr. Weasley shrugged. "I mixed them up when I got home. There's a bit of everything here." Pulling the drawstring open, he peered inside, his expression thoughtful for a moment, before he pulled out an orange piece of candy and passed the bag on to his daughter. "Which one is this now?" "Must be one of them fruit pastilles." He shrugged and popped the sweet in his mouth. The thing had barely passed his lips when Harry cried, "Wait." All of a sudden, Mr. Weasley clamped a hand to his mouth, his eyes bulging to an enormous size. Without further explanation, he bolted from the room, leaving behind his groaning wife. "This is the 3rd time in a year. I am fed up of this trick candy," she said frustratedly, snatching the bag from Ginny to search for the anti-sweet. "Last time it was a fainting fancy, and the time before that a nosebleed nougat. If I find one more of those things lying around the house there's nothing here. May I help at all, Mrs. Weasley?" A musical voice called from behind us. We each twirled in the same moment to see Carlyle, who had removed his mask in his professionalism. "Oh, Dr. Cullen. Thank you, but I'll bet that Madame Pomfrey has a store of anti-sweets. I'll go and see to it. Don't worry yourself." And with that, she left, disappearing into the sea of black. "Perhaps I should leave her to it," Ginny interrupted, her expression sad. "She's never happy nowadays unless she's doing something. Being busy helps to keep her mind of things." Understanding colored Carlyle's face then. "Of course," he said sympathetically. Desperate once again to escape the somber atmosphere, which was slowly sapping the warmth from my heart, I changed the topic, inquiring as to what they'd discovered about Kingsley and Edward's discussion. Carlyle confirmed Hermione's theory, giving us a basic outline of the conversation, though he didn't go into detail. "Alice is getting frustrated. She didn't see the exchange coming until the moment Edward agreed to go. So frequently now do we interact with beings who block her vision that she can barely see anything." He sighed and ran a hand through his golden hair, looking down the hall to where Hagrid and Madame Maxime were still twirling. "It certainly makes things more difficult." His eyes snapped to the great doors then, staring at it expectantly. 5 seconds passed before Edward and Kingsley re-entered the room. The minister patted the beautiful vampire on the shoulder once, the two exchanging a few parting words, after which they separated. Kingsley went to join the Auror I recognized as Dawlish, who I had seen on numerous occasions, the first being the time he had accompanied Fudge and Umbridge to confront Harry about the D.A. meetings. I grinned widely as Edward reached us, grateful for the return of his wonderful, loving aura, which was so incredibly powerful that it deflected much of the negative emotion surrounding me. I hadn't realized just how good a shield it provided until I'd been without it. "How about that drink?" he suggested, the relief of our reunion revealed in his aura. I smiled widely, glad to have him back. "You read my mind." It was refreshing to have something cool in my mouth after the recent scorching flavors. Madame Rosmerta must have been the one supplying them, for the taste of my drink matched exactly that of her cherry syrup soda. Edward hurriedly explained everything Kingsley had told him as he sipped his drink. He became suspicious in August. The Auror department tracked the Death Eaters to an abandoned warehouse near Manchester, but by the time they got there, it was empty again. The same thing had happened 3 times before. After hearing about what I can do, he decided that the best way to find the leak would be to get the Department for Magical Law Enforcement here together. The idea for the ball was his, and he arranged it with McGonagall under the pretense of celebrating the end of the war. So she didn't know. She didn't, he murmured, but there's been a lot of talk in the papers, what with the incident in Devonshire and everything, and she finally beginning to doubt Kingsley's intentions. She confronted him 3 days ago at the ministry, and accused him of endangering the students. I frowned at that. There was a lot more going on here than I'd originally thought. I'd believed, as had the others, that McGonagall had been in on the scheme to root out the Imperious Witcher Wizard, but according to Edward, she'd known nothing about it. Was the situation really that serious that the minister was manipulating the headmistress? I am not sure whose side to take, Edward pressed. On the one hand, I can understand Professor McGonagall's reservations. The last thing she wants to do is put her students at risk, but on the other, if tonight helps to prevent another slaughter. He shook his head, torn. After a few more moments, he sighed, the beautiful crooked smile making its reappearance. Placing his empty goblet on the table, he took my hand, and said, "Come on, enough of this. Let us go and enjoy the rest of the night." "But what about your investigation?" I questioned, swigging the rest of my drink. Edward grinned wider, and patted the side of his head. "I am a vampire, I can multitask. It could have been minutes or hours that we spent twirling to the music." Though I was fully aware that part of Edward's mind was elsewhere playing detective, it didn't reflect on his face. He wore only a blinding smile, directing it at me as if I was the only girl in the world. At 11:15, Professor Flitwick took to the platform, climbing upon a stool, so that he could be seen over the heads of the other witches and wizards, and introduced Nyx, the latest band to reach the big time. It was made up of 6 boys, all clothed in stylishly torn, black, pin-striped suits, and 1 girl, who wore a dark leather jacket over a small, silk dress which looked as if it had been in a fight with a werewolf. She was holding a violin. There were also the lead and rhythm guitars, 1 bass, a cello, a set of drums, and a piano. The students screamed like maniacs as the lead singer and pianist, a pale young wizard named Alfie Spyler, bellowed out his lyrics in time with the fist-pumping music. Alice and Rosalie determinedly snatched me away from Edward, pointing to their husbands, both of whom were standing on the sidelines, chuckling to themselves. Then, to my horror, they started rocking out like normal teenagers, indicating that I should do the same. I could hear the loud laughter of the boys as I stood there. I would have bolted away if Rosalie hadn't stopped me. The 2 eventually got me to join in, feeding me their enthusiasm, which became more difficult to fight as the minutes passed. By the time Nyx were into their 3rd song, I was as loose as a clown's pocket, jumping around and waving my arms in the air, thrashing my body to the beat, completely and utterly unrestrained. An icy arm suddenly snaked around my waist, a growl echoing in my ear. I looked up to see Edward, lips curled back menacingly over his glistening venomous teeth. His eyes were trained on a man a little way away, who was leaning casually against a wall, the twinkling lights shining around him. Though he was obviously fully aware of Edward, he didn't bother to look at him. He was far too busy staring at me, oozing a confidence which was reflected by the cool, blue glow surrounding him. Without warning, he pushed off the wall and walked towards us, wearing a cocky smile as he made his approach. I thought I recognized something about him, but the mask he wore was rather large, and it obscured most of his face. Emmett and Jasper joined their brother as the man stopped a meter in front of us. Well, if it isn't the notorious Isabella Swan. I only knew one voice that possessed that amount of arrogance. Cormac. The wizard smiled widely, before he pulled off his mask. "I am surprised you're here. Gotten over your fear of balls, then?" Emmett guffawed loudly, remembering what I had told him and his siblings on the Hogwarts Express. Cormac snorted. "I was never afraid of them in the first place. Believe it or not, Bella, I love feisty women. Bit of a turn-on actually." He winked at me then. Edward hissed, green disgust rolling of his rigid body. It made my stomach churn. The wizard arched an eyebrow at my livid fiancé, untroubled. You must be the mind reader, he smirked cockily. You must be the one who spent the last ball shoving bread sticks up his nostrils. Despite the sneer audible in Edward's voice, Cormac remained unruffled, amused even. It wasn't that surprising really, he always had thought of himself as God's gift. What are you doing here, anyway? I demanded. Another arrogant smile. I was invited, as was the rest of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. So your filing job has perks, then? Asked Edward with exaggerated politeness. For the first time, Cormac's expression faltered, darkening ever so slightly. He quickly collected himself though. It's all right. Just an internship with my uncle Tiberius. Now that Kingsley is running the show, he's back on the Wizengamot. He left when Fudge appointed Umbridge as the High Inquisitor. Anyway, you know what they say about having contacts. He waved a hand and laughed. It's all up from here. I narrowed my eyes at him, wondering if he could actually be that pompous and self-confident beneath the surface. Curiously, I inhaled Edward's violet energy, determined to find out. I'd only been listening for about 5 seconds when I'd already had enough, subsequently withdrawing. He was mentally chanting the lyrics to a very crude song about a broomstick and a witch named Tallulah Fallula, Edward's face in his mind's eye. I held back a growl. Only a jerk like Cormac would go out of his way to torment my gentlemanly boyfriend with such a vulgar rhyme. It didn't surprise me at all that Edward wanted to get away from him, and I certainly didn't feel bad when I gave him my short and snappy goodbye. What an ass, Rosalie exclaimed. I am so glad you hit him where it hurt at the Yule Ball, Bella, though I wish you'd done it again. Me too, I grumbled, a little sorry that the opportunity had passed. He wasn't laughing when you called him on his job, Jasper smirked at Edward. Actually, he was slightly embarrassed. Yes, I agreed, but he always was the kind of guy who tried to portray himself as the epitome of cool. Edward's expression was still tight. He was probably deciding whether or not to go back and drink the boy's blood. He thought he knew how to keep me out, but he wasn't good enough. If he hadn't slipped up, he probably would have had you thinking he was in with the Aurors, Bella. Rolling my eyes, I said, I don't know why they felt the need to invite him. Invite who? Asked Harry, his arm slung around Ginny's shoulders as the two joined the discussion. I pointed over to the great double doors, towards which Cormac was heading. He gave one last look at the scene, before skulking out into the entrance hall. Oh, said Ginny, frowning, him. Yeah him. It's a good job Ron doesn't know he's here. You know how much he dislikes him. I won't tell him, I smiled, glancing over at him and Hermione. They seemed to have forgotten the guests and students thrashing around them, their arms snaked around one another's necks, locked in a tender kiss. After a few moments, I turned back to the others, inquiring as to Mr. Weasley's current health. Oh, he's all right. Skiving snack boxes are well publicized, and the teachers have known about them for ages now, so Madame Pomfrey keeps a stash of anti-sweets. She and Mum stopped off in the hospital wing on their way to find Dad. He left a trail of all the way up to the prefect's bathroom. He'd made a bit of a mess of himself, so Mum ended up taking him home. Ginny chuckled, but I could taste the sadness that thoughts of her parents provoked. Yes, Voldemort certainly had left some really deep scars behind. Would there be even more soon? That last thought fed every thread of anger, poisoning my more positive emotions. Without another moment's hesitation, I dived into the minds of the guest witches and wizards, sifting through the thoughts, desperate for a breakthrough. No idea why Dumbledore is doing the funky chicken. Alpheus is throwing it all away, a nearby middle-aged wizard groaned mentally. His gaze followed a lean man with curly auburn hair, the same one I'd seen earlier with Kingsley. He was alone, standing by the eastern wall. What's with him? He used to be so focused and perceptive, but he just looks lost these days. I know he had a rough time after the massacre, but if he doesn't get his act together soon, he's going to lose his chance to take over the Auror office. Saber's already stealing his limelight, tracking the Death Eaters to Devonshire. Much more of this, and Kingsley will be appointing him instead. Not important, I told myself. Not helpful. You'd think McGonagall would pick a better time to look miserable. I thought this was supposed to be a celebration. Not fooling anyone. Everyone knows why he's got us here Dawlish. This is his first mistake. He's endangering the students, and for what? A sixth of the Aurors or a Cullens for Merlin's sake. This entire thing could end up proving completely pointless. It only took me another few minutes to realize that the man was right. Though I tried to access the thoughts of all the guests, occasionally, all I found was empty space. Every time that happened, the person I'd attempted to invade would turn to glare at Edward, infuriated by the worm wriggling on the outskirts of their impenetrable minds. It was 11:45 when I left to go and have a human moment. Basking in the warmth of Edward's loving aura was completely wonderful, an experience that I would never ever want to forget, but I couldn't deny that it was a relief to have a few moments to myself. The great hall was just as rife with anger, jealousy, anxiety, and distrust as it was with sticky teenage passion, bubbling merriment, and supermassive immortal adoration. A few moments away from it all helped me clear my head. I was grateful for the peace, grateful that Myrtle had decided to stick to her U-bend. I felt guilty about that afterwards, irritated with myself for thinking so selfishly. If I'd been murdered in a toilet, I probably would spent eternity sulking too. Every now and then, a high-pitched sob would echo out of her cubicle. If there'd been anything at all that I could said to cheer the ghost up, I would said it, but she'd been in the same depressed mood for 50 years, and I knew for a fact there was nothing I could do that would lift her from it. I'd tried twice before in my first and third year. Myrtle had bitten my head off. The second I was finished, therefore, I ran straight for the door, fleeing the incurable moping, eager to be back with my vampire. I wasn't looking where I was going, I was in too much of a hurry. Instead, I turned out into the corridor, my skirts billowing as I ran, and instantly collided with something solid. The impact sent me crashing backwards. I braced myself for another collision, having forgotten the Newton ball yet again, but, as always, I was pushed back upright the second my body made a 45-degree angle with the floor. My heart pounded as I tried to gather my wits, sent into a frenzy by the unexpected encounter. The figure, who hadn't even flinched when the Newton ball had performed its magic, was bathed completely in shadow. That alone caused the hairs on the back of my neck and arms to stand on end. By the mystery person's size, I could only conclude that they were male. He was robed from head to toe in black, every inch of his skin hidden from sight. On his hands, he wore dark gloves. Under his robes he wore a black turtleneck weaved from the thinnest cotton, which covered his neck completely. Dark leather boots peeped out from beneath his floor-length garments, and upon his face, he wore a volto mask, a full-faced Venetian-style piece, leaving his identity fully protected. At first, though I remained uneasy, the dominating emotion was embarrassment, heat flooding my cheeks because I'd bouldered into a total stranger. That feeling was cut short, however, as something frightening occurred to me. What had he been doing standing outside the girl's bathroom? Adrenaline crashed through my system as I realized the probable answer. I am sorry, I stuttered, I didn't see you there. The stranger said nothing. Are you lost? Nothing. I could lead you to the men's room if you Without warning, the man lunged, hands shooting forward like a cobra strike. There was no time to scream, no time to think, or to even reach for my wand. Before I knew what was happening, I was slamming painfully against the stone castle wall, my arms pinned tightly above my head, whilst one gloved hand clamped my mouth shut, preventing any cry for help from issuing through my lips. The man's aura flared, his emotions feeding my fear. I whimpered as I inhaled his red excitement, realizing instantly that this person, whoever he was someone who got off on being in control, someone who loved feeling powerful more than anything. Was this it then? Was I destined to suffer a similar fate as Rosalie? That thought only made me struggle harder. The man was stronger though, and he restrained me easily. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he warned, his voice rough and muffled. I fell still in an instant, wondering what was coming next. Your vampire isn't coming for you, Isabella, so I'd advise you not to anger me. I blinked at his use of my name. Did I know this person? Did he know me? Then I remembered that many witches and wizards outside of Hogwarts had heard of me. They knew of me because of my connection with Edward and the Cullens, the family of vampires who had become famous overnight thanks to the report issued by the prophet. Bertie Bigwig and Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron, had recognized us on sight. It wasn't so strange, therefore, that this man had known my name. He chuckled quietly as I waited for him to continue. Eventually, he did. I am in a Cullens, you see, just like you. At first, I thought we'd have only a few seconds at the most to chat, but I learned a few interesting facts tonight. Your peers were very helpful. We don't have to rush this after all, and that filthy half-breed can remain oblivious to the entire thing. At his words, I tried desperately to lower my mental block, aware that it was the only way to alert Edward. It was the equivalent of discarding body armor in a war zone though. The instinct to hold on to my defenses, whilst danger was staring me right in the face, was just too strong. The seer won't catch this either. He nodded to something behind him, and I realized for the first time that we weren't alone. About 5 meters away stood a tiny figure, obscured by the black ankle-length sheet hanging over its head. 2 holes had been cut in the fabric, revealing a pair of massive, sparkling, green eyes. There was an extra set of slits on either side of the creature's head as well, through which poked 2 enormous ears. So the man had got it all covered. He knew about the holes in Alice's vision, that there were beings that blocked her sight. Could Edward hear the thoughts of house elves? Did they register the same on his radar? Maybe, maybe not. His concentration was focused completely on humans tonight, though specifically those crowding the hall, so it didn't matter either way. I want you to deliver a message for me, the stranger said suddenly, surprising me. After I've gone, you will return to Edward and instruct him to abandon this mission. Tell him that should he continue to help the minister, should he persist with this investigation, I will personally see to it that he comes to regret his decision for the rest of his pathetic existence. As a way of illustrating his point, he stroked my cheek roughly with the thumb of the hand pressed against my face. I closed my eyes to block out the image of the expressionless mask he wore, which now seemed more frightening than anything else I had ever seen. Cautiously, he pulled the hand away from my mouth, and asked, "Have I made myself clear?" Unable to speak, I nodded quickly. "Good," he said, an evil smile audible in his voice. "I wouldn't want to have to hurt you, Bella, so do try your best to make him listen." "It won't work," I stated fiercely, finally finding my courage. The man's head tilted slightly to the side, as if I'd amused him somehow. "Threatening me will only make Edward more determined to find you. Is that so? Maybe I ought to up the stakes then." He paused momentarily, considering his words. "Tell him that if he doesn't let this go, his family will learn just how destructive fiendfire can be." I stiffened, my stomach dropping in an instant. Or maybe he'll find out all about it firsthand. Right then, right when that evil, loathsome monster was stupid enough to put that image in my head, something snapped ferociously inside me. Red exploded across my vision, a lioness-shaped splotch forming before my eyes. There was no trance now as the deafening, primal roar ripped through my teeth, no confusion as to where it came from. The stranger stumbled back in shock, freeing my arms as a result. Without thinking, I brought my right one back, injecting every ounce of power I possessed into my bunching muscles and smashed it forwards into his face. He screamed in outrage as the lower half of his mask shattered, my fist slamming against his nose, which gave a sickening crunch. Blood spurted across my knuckles, hot and wet, both from the man's broken nose, and from the cuts the porcelain created as it sliced into my skin. "You stupid little bitch," he spat, leaping back again, his teeth bared in an infuriated snarl. I drew my wand a second before he did his, so I was immediately on the offensive, firing a stunner straight at him. He deflected it easily, and shouted, "Crucio." I whipped my wand at a nearby suit of armor. It dived and took the curse, the metal rattling under the weight of the magic. "Intra extra," I screamed from behind the statue. A jet of purple light blasted suddenly through the air. The man tried to cast a shield in defense, but my hex connected before he could complete the charm, hitting him square on the chest. A shriek of agony pierced the air as the stranger's hands flew to his face, where his skin had suddenly turned inside out, big bluish veins embedded in the bloody surface. I hesitated a second, expecting him to wrench off his mask, but he instead took advantage of my pause, slashing his wand at the giant rug beneath my feet. The carpet jerked forwards, its sudden acceleration causing me and the suit of armor to fall backwards towards the ground. The weight of the metal statue must have counteracted the Newton ball's magic, because it failed to work this time, and I ended up sprawled across the floor, crushed and winded. The man paced to my side, his expression livid, and kicked forcefully at my hand. The mahogany stick flew away, rolling across the stone floor. Suddenly, a wriggle appeared at the edge of my brain. Edward. He must have been wondering what was keeping me. My arm was outstretched in my efforts to reach my wand, but it was too far for me to grasp. It only took another second before I accepted that the fight was over. I'd lost this one. Suddenly, the man's foot slammed down upon my hand, the bones shattering with the pressure. I screamed in agony, but was silenced in an instant, the air forced from my lungs as I received a kick to the ribs. Though the pain was dizzying, I tried to focus through it, aware that I had only had one option left. I had to remove armor in a war zone. Taking a deep breath, I told myself I was somewhere else altogether, somewhere with Edward. It went against all my instincts to do it, and was especially hard when I had to ignore my enemy's pulsing emotions. "You're a fool, Bella," he hissed, aiming his wand at my head, "and you're going to pay for what you've done." Eyes closed. One last deep breath, and the worm vanished. Crucio. I writhed beneath the metal statue as the world turned to pain, feeling as if my chest would burst with the force of my shrieks. Edward. The following seconds felt like hours, hours through which I cried unashamedly into the dark. "Stupid girl." A chorus of loud snarls echoed from somewhere far off, and the pain stopped abruptly. My eyes flew open at the beautiful sound, my hope swelling like a balloon in time with my enemy's fear. He bolted away, leaping in the direction of the trembling house elf. And then he came into view, the most beautiful angel in existence, his lips curled back over his teeth in fury, his expression wild and terrible, completely and utterly glorious. The moment his eyes landed on me, the air exploded with a heat so fierce I thought it would burn the skin off my bones. "Take us home," the man screamed at the elf, provoking another guttural roar. Emmett and Jasper came flying into view as Edward leapt, the two wearing snarls just as enraged as the one belonging to their brother. They flew with the speed of 3 bullets, the bronze-haired angel at the lead. He threw his arms out when he was only a meter away, ready to close them around the throat of his prey. With one last snarl, he swiped, right as the elf clicked his fingers. A loud pop issued, and Edward closed his arms around empty air. I tried to push the suit of armor away. I wanted so much to be in his solid embrace, but I only had the use of one hand, which made things difficult. His fiery eyes snapped to mine, 2 emeralds coated in flames. He sprung at lightning speed, throwing the statue to one side, unable to control his strength in his anger. It broke into several pieces as it smashed against the stone wall, breaking apart at the joints. Kneeling down beside me, he pulled me into his arms, cradling my body tightly to his chest. His breathing was accelerated, his relief so great that, by all rights, it should have produced a mushroom cloud. "Bella," he said, his velvet voice strained, "are you all right?" Despite everything, I could honestly answer, yes. Edward was safe. I was safe. For the moment, that was all that mattered. My hand, he broke it. Other than that, I am fine. Footsteps announced the arrival of humans. I looked to the end of the corridor, just as Professor McGonagall, Kingsley, Professor Martin, and Madame Pomfrey came into view. "Would someone explain to me what in the world is happening here?" the headmistress cried. She stopped beside Carlyle and Esme, looking to the 2 older Cullens for an explanation. "Bella was attacked," Edward announced without looking away from me. "What? By who?" "I have no idea. The scent isn't one I recognize, plus, the wizard," he hissed as he said this, clearly summoning all his willpower to prevent himself from cursing, "was an Cullens, and he was masked." "Is there any?" "Not yet," Edward all but snarled, cutting Kingsley's question short. "I want Bella seen to first before you start asking questions." Madame Pomfrey rushed forwards then, setting to work on my broken hand. It took her only a second to fix it, so it wasn't too long before I was retelling the story to the group. "That's why he did this?" Carlyle asked confusedly. "Because he wanted you to tell Edward to stop trying to root out the leak." "But that doesn't make any sense," Jasper said, frowning. "Why not?" I questioned. "Obviously he's scared that Edward will find out who he is. Maybe he thought that by threatening." "It doesn't fit," Professor Martin interrupted, agreeing with the other men. "Something's off here." "Why?" "Because according to you, this person was an Cullens." Why would he go out of his way to stop this investigation if he knew your boyfriend wouldn't be able to read him anyway? And if he was planning to leave straight afterwards, which, clearly, is what he was always going to have to do in order to stop his scent from being tracked, why bother at all? So what are you saying? I asked in panic. That this guy was covering for somebody else. It would seem that way, Kingsley stated flatly, his eyes glassy as he deliberated. I can't think of any other likely explanation. We fell into silence then, considering the gravity of our recent discovery and what it could mean. If this is true, Esme said suddenly, ending the quiet, then the person he was trying to protect doesn't have the same skill that he and Bella share. Her eyes connected with Edward's then, who shook his head in response to some unspoken question. I've found nothing. Unless the accomplice is particularly good at control their thoughts, no one here tonight is cursed. Are we even sure the two are connected? Asked Rosalie, subsequently receiving a number of confused gazes. Think about it. Maybe this person just seriously hates vampires. Maybe he despises us so much that he simply couldn't stand by knowing that Edward had so much power over him and the other guests. If that were the case, then it would be possible that the informant was here tonight. If the two aren't connected, then there's still a chance that an Cullens is the one that's been cursed. Emmett looked skeptical. Attacking a student though, would been a bit of a strong reaction for something like that, wouldn't it? Would it? That Brone character didn't seem as if he'd agree. Brone would never do this, Kingsley insisted, standing a little straighter. However he feels about vampires, he would never harm an innocent witch. Are you sure about that? Alice whispered menacingly, her expression dark. Yes. Doing so would undermine everything he believes in. The strength of the haze surrounding me set my eyes prickling. Each vampire was experiencing a dozen of different emotions simultaneously, worry mixing with anger and love, one so colossal that it set my head spinning. I'd already felt it from Edward, Alice and Rosalie, and I'd guessed before how strongly Carlisle and Esme felt. But I was surprised at how completely Emmett and Jasper's feelings matched the others, excluding Edward's, of course, whose aura seemed to shine more brightly than all of them put together. We should have been here to stop it, Emmett snarled mentally. If this guy ever crosses paths with me again, I am going to rip him to pieces. He thought he could hurt a Cullen and get away with it. I flinched at Jasper's thoughts, shocked by the content, though overwhelmingly grateful. Alice's sister. My sister. When I find this bastard, I am going to make him wish he was never born. A gasp suddenly broke through my lips, whilst tears began cascading down my cheeks. Edward must have been too stressed to think about searching his empathic brother's mind. He didn't seem to realize which emotions were fueling the waterworks. He must have thought that the trauma brought on by the attack was the trigger, because one arm snaked beneath my knees, the other around my shoulders, before he scooped me up off the floor. I am taking Bella back, he announced to the others. Both Kingsley and I started to protest, but he wouldn't have it. Minister, as much as I want to help you, I know exactly where my priorities lie. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I am done for the night. But I said I am done. And with the way Edward spoke, a deadly undertone hidden in the velvet folds, the minister did not argue. You can take it up with Professor McGonagall. She has a few things to say to you, and I don't think she's going to be able to wait much longer. I had to agree with that. Beneath her controlled facade, the headmistress was seething. After exchanging one last glance with the two, Edward strode away down the corridor, so gentle in his movements that I was never jostled once. When we were halfway towards the door at the end of the hall, he called back over his shoulder, speaking at a volume the minister would hear. I'll be in touch. Edward accelerated into a sprint after we exited onto the grand staircase, shooting up the levels like a rocket, ignoring Gryffindor Tower as he raced onwards to the 7th floor. As soon as we had entered the room of requirement, he placed me on my feet, and encased me in a long, tight embrace. He seemed to need the contact even more than I did, and even a blind man would have been able to see just how badly the assault had shaken him. After a few minutes, he eased me back by my shoulders, staring deeply into my eyes as he did so. I hate this, he whispered. I felt my brow furrow at his words. I hate being in the dark. I hate that I can't work out exactly why this happened. That's why it's called a mystery, I said softly, hoping to cheer him up a little. It takes time to unravel the truth. We'll understand it eventually. There was a moment's pause before he spoke again, but when he did, his expression was hard. Bella, why didn't you call me sooner? I sighed. It wasn't exactly possible at the time. Occlumency isn't like a light switch, Edward. It takes a lot of concentration to magically alter the mind, and when you're locked in a battle, making yourself vulnerable isn't easy to do. Every instinct screams against it. It was his turn to sigh this time. I guess I knew that, he admitted. I just wish I could have gotten there sooner. Don't beat yourself up, I told him, reaching up to touch his face. No one was expecting this, and it's not as if there's any lasting damage. I am not so sure about that. A tiny smile played at the corner of his lips. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Professor McGonagall ended up murdering Kingsley tonight. I grinned widely, hoping to ease Edward out of his current depression. It didn't really work. His aura throbbed with gray-blue energy at the edges, and I could taste his chalky disappointment on my tongue. He wanted me to have a good time, but, yet again, the party had been disrupted by chaos and pain. I was disappointed too, because I wanted the night to be a success for him. It angered me that anyone had dared to try and spoil it. Inhaling determinedly, I closed my eyes and pivoted on my heels, my thoughts filled with one particular image and an accompanying mental chant. We need a wireless for music. We need a wireless for music. We need a wireless for music. Peeping through slits, I saw that the room had answered my request, and had conjured a radio, which it placed on the table beside the petal-scattered bed. Perfect. What are you doing? Edward asked as I crossed the room to turn it on. The first thing that came on was a rock tune by the Weird Sisters called Amortentia. I changed the channel quickly, trying to find something softer. The next station I found was pro-yodeling. I changed the channel again, satisfied when a soft, acoustic melody filled the room. After increasing the volume, I turned back to Edward. He was smiling widely now, shaking his head. You really have done a 180. I feel as if I've been sucked into a parallel dimension. I grimaced. Was I really that bad? I walked back to where he was standing, ready for him to lead me once again. He held up a finger though, just as I was about to place my hand on his shoulder, stepping away and closing his eyes. Only 3 seconds had passed when he opened them, turning his head towards the northern wall. Standing against it was an ornately carved wardrobe made from ebony wood. A vine design ran along the panels, each leaf different in size and shape. Edward strolled over to it, pulling open the 2 large doors, and took out a small pile of folded clothes. Here, he said, handing me an oversized t-shirt and a pair of sweats. I smiled widely as I took them. He turned away from me as I went to undress, playing the gentleman as usual. The only reason why I didn't comment on it was because I knew how easily the two of us could get carried away. It wouldn't have bothered me at all if he'd watched me changed. It wouldn't have been the first time he'd have seen me in just my underwear, but we were both here alone tonight, and the temptation would just have been unbearable. I hung up my dress whilst Edward changed his own clothes. It took him less than 5 seconds. When I twirled back to look at him, he was wearing a pair of gray sweats, just like mine, and a white vest. After transferring the Newton ball into my pajama pocket, I walked slowly towards him, placing one hand in his, and the other on his shoulder. The room decided it was time to dim the lights, determined as usual to give us a romantic atmosphere. The candles in the chandelier above burned out in the same moment, so that only the glow of the fire and the light issuing from a few small candles were left behind. Edward and I moved through the music like fish trapped in a current, gracefully following the flow with each passing song. I didn't feel the need to speak as we danced. I was too busy marveling at his beauty to attempt to form sentences. I was so in awe that I barely heard the words of the songs that were played. The people could have been singing in another language entirely and I wouldn't have noticed. There was, however, one that did catch my attention. The radio presenter, appropriately, announced Nyx's latest track, The Immortals. It was nothing like their other songs, most of which were blatantly obvious in their use of topics relating to magic. The titles, for example, had included Phoenix Love, Unforgivably Cursed, and Vixen Vila. The Immortals was different. It could have been sung in Muggle company and wouldn't particularly have caused confusion. It started with a haunting violin intro, opening up the melody for the other instruments, all of which were added gradually as the song unfolded. Alfie's voice called out in slow sad tones, seeming to pierce my heart with his meaningful lyrics. 2 souls are we, lost somewhere in time. I traveled through the years for you. I walked a lonely line. And all the while, the world was laughing. Singing songs of love, stars were shining for each other. In the spheres above. Oh, my darling, where are you? Where are you? Dear beloved, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, one day, I spied you in the cold. Staring back through ice and rain. Trapped in winter's hold. Oh, sweet angel, you wept aloud, calling out to me. My heart is caged in sorrow. One tea you set it free. Oh my darling, I found you. I found you. Dear beloved, I found you. I found you. The tone slowly began to evolve, the sadness in the singer's voice morphing into triumph. And now the stars are falling. Their fire is burning out. Yet you and I still stand here. No cold, no pain, no doubt. Our summer is immortal, like the hands of time. I'll be yours forevermore. Just promise you'll be mine. Oh, my darling, I love you. I love you. Dear beloved, I love you. I love you. I love you. The song ended then, finishing on a very poignant note. Edward and I came to a stop, my arms moving to circle his neck, whilst his did the same with my waist. Despite everything, I would not have traded tonight if I could have. As my vampire fiancé lowered his lips to mine, the soft pink haze exploding through the room and filling me up, all I could think was this is why we're here. I shot up with a sharp gasp, my heart pounding like a hammer against my ribcage, whilst tiny beads of perspiration formed on my forehead. Throwing my eyes one direction after another, I tried to work out where the hell I was. Memories came slowly despite my panic, but I eventually realized that I was still in the room of requirement with Edward. I should have relaxed upon sensing his presence. I should have been comforted by the closeness of his icy skin, which provided a rather pleasant cure to the stifling heat of the fire. But I wasn't, and I had no idea why. All I knew was that I was as scared as hell, more so than I had ever been in my life. EPOV. After the recent attack on Bella, I hadn't felt much like sleeping. My mind was trapped in pandemonium, one image dominating my thoughts more than any other: the man in the porcelain mask, the top half of his face concealed from view, the lower pink and glistening, covered in blood and a thin film of bodily slime, the protruding blue veins throbbing as anger forced the blood to move faster within them. There were screams accompanying this image, Bella's screams, which echoed in my head longer after the horror had ended. Our dance in the room of requirement had soothed me temporarily, the wonder of Bella's beauty overriding all my other thoughts. It had to end at some point though. Bella was human, and she needed her rest. I, on the other hand, was a vampire, and my mind never tired. I had things to consider, a mystery to unravel, and sleeping was only going to slow me down. Bella had protested as I'd set vial containing the sleeping draught down on the bedside table, insisting that I needed to escape reality for a few hours to get away from the bad things. You'll be able to look at it all with a clearer perspective if you take a beak. Right now, you're still livid, I can feel it, and that's hardly going to help you figure it out. After a little more persuasion, she'd managed to convince me. It hadn't taken long. Waking up next to Bella was one of the best feelings in the world, being with her in dreams was another. Taking a generous swig of the potion, I settled down beside her, and waited for sleep to take me. My dreams followed their regular pattern, at first Bella skipping into view to join me, rushing forth with her shiny red apple. I swept her up in my arms, swinging her round in my happiness to see her. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, her smile touching her warm chocolate eyes. "Quick, eat," she said, offering me her fruit. "Someone's impatient," I chuckled. She arched an eyebrow, pausing, before jumping out of my arms and ambling away. "Well, if you don't want it," she trailed off teasingly, and I shot forwards like a lightning bolt, spinning her round in the blink of an eye and plunging my teeth through the tempting bloody membrane. And then the world turned to ecstasy, the two of us folded in the shadowy velvet of the midnight sky, laying in clouds beneath beautiful spatial nebula, the arms of pink and purple gas illuminated by nearby galaxies and the millions of twinkling stars making up the Milky Way. If there had ever been a place to symbolize the heaven I was experiencing, this would be it. Her skin shone like pearl in the silver light, shimmering as she arched under my touch. She was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen, every inch of her revealed before me, no shielding fabric to prevent my full appreciation of her body. I nuzzled my face into the crook of her neck as my arms wound beneath her shoulders. Her fingers trailed lightly along my spine, pressing down every few seconds, the pressure entirely dependent upon the strength of my own movements. The harder she pressed, the more crushing my desire for her became. I growled into her ear as her legs snaked around my lower back, clenching with pleasure, driving my need to new heights. The air was alive with the most beautiful song as I picked up my pace, the sound of my Bella's voice echoing into the nights. As the minutes passed, those cries grew louder, more urgent, their intensity changing like the bang of a firework. Loud, and then louder, louder still, too loud, now, much too loud, horrible, blood-curdling screams that squeezed at my heart, which pumped the agony to every corner of my body. My eyes flew open in an instant. I was no longer in heaven, I was in hell. The world around me was an endless space of nothing, Bella's shrieks of pain and fear calling out to me from somewhere beyond oblivion. Edward, Edward, Bella, I cried back, my eyes flying in every direction. Ah, Bella, Bella, where are you? Edward, they coming, coming, who's coming, where's Bella, who's hurting her, they coming, she screamed again, they coming to kill us. Sobbing in the dark, overcome by sheer panic, I threw my mind outwards, reaching for the thoughts of anyone nearby. Hundreds of images flashed before my eyes, someone riding a unicorn around a racetrack, girls and boys exchanging innocent kisses, the Chudley Cannons captain lifting the British Quidditch League Cup, all mostly happy, none particularly threatening or dark, until we should just go. We shouldn't delay. Ull do as you retold. Ranulph, a man in black Death Eater robes, snapped. We wait for the signal. Ranulph looked round the room, jumping as a floorboard creaked somewhere nearby. Calm down, you damn idiot. It's just Halden. The man named Halden sneered. Scared, are we, Ranulph? No, I just want to get on with it. There's 100 little girlies up there with my name on them. You promised me if I agreed to come UDC to it that Ull get your prize, dog, the masked Death Eater promised, but only if we do this right. There's no point rushing in until everyone has gone to bed. Then, after we've killed Potter, you can have all the meat you want. Why don't you take his mudblood friend, Granger? She's played a big part in getting us into this mess in the first place. The Death Eater began to fantasize then, visions of Harry and Hermione splayed out on the floor, their blood spilling freely from sliced jugulars, their eyes staring upwards, unseeing. Don't worry, Rodolphus, another man said. We'll have our revenge. Ranulph scoffed. Revenge for what? Bellatrix, you didn't even love her. Your marriage was just a convenience and a means to increase your status. Shut up, Rodolphus bellowed, aiming a curse at Ranulph. The muscular man, who wore a rather dense expression, dropped to the floor in an instant, thrashing in pain as the Cruciatus curse was performed on him. You need to learn your place, half-breed. You are here for one reason, and one reason only. To keep us out of the eye of the psychic. Do not assume that because you wear Death Eater robes that you are an equal. Rodolphus lowered his wand then, looking down upon the panting man on the floor. Another masked man joined him at his side, and said, Bellatrix was a fierce warrior. We all appreciated that, which is why we'll avenge her and everyone else who fought for the cause, most importantly, the Dark Lord himself. On top of that, we're fugitives now. Unless we plan on fleeing the ministry for the rest of our lives, our only option is to reclaim the power we once possessed. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to get to the stage we did last time, and have Potter come to rip it all away again. We finish him tonight, and then the world will know we're back to stay. There must have been about 20 minds in the room, one which could only have belonged to the Shrieking Shack. Every single one of them was filled with the image of Harry's face, their thoughts fearful as they prepared themselves to kill him. Fear gripped me like it never had before. I was pinned down in an inescapable nightmare, aware of the pressing danger coming for the students, completely and utterly unable to warn anyone. Suddenly, a voice not the same kind as those I'd just heard, but one which was distant, as if it was calling to me from the end of a tunnel, echoed through the blackness. Edward, The faint voice cried, overcome by sheer panic. Edward, it's just a nightmare. Whatever you re-seeing, it's not real. Bella. Only a second had passed before I was screaming her name at the top of my lungs, desperate for her to hear me, knowing all too well that it was no use. Bella. They coming. The Death Eaters are coming. I screamed in horror, terrified that they would find her, terrified for my family, my friends, drowning in a well hopelessness. It's just a nightmare. Bella's voice called again, trying to soothe me. I wanted to scream. I did scream. If only there'd been some way for me to communicate with her. I blinked as a memory hit me suddenly, a tiny hope flickering to life in my chest. Bella, who clearly still had empathy in her system, misread that small spark. When she spoke again, it was a gentle croon. Just a nightmare. There was no moment of hesitation as she fell silent. Immediately, I launched into the space from where her voice sounded, pulling back once, before slamming against the walls of her mind once again. A few seconds passed where nothing happened. I waited, completely frozen, my dead heart in my mouth, praying that Bella would understand. Suddenly, Edward, my face swam before my eyes, the peaceful surface masking the turmoil within. Bella had her hand on my cheek, and I felt the tingle as she stroked it. Yes, it's not real. I promise you safe. We in the room of requirement. It's not real. No, I told her, and then whispered to myself, you wrong. She froze then, awareness creeping up her spine, finally sensing that something truly wasn't right. Danger? She questioned fearfully. Yes, my aura still pulsed with fear, now a vivid scarlet. She ignored that though, inhaling the violet swiftly, allowing me to show her the terrible horror preparing to invade Hogwarts. The Death Eaters were still waiting in the shrieking shack, Harry's face continuing to dominate their thoughts. They sat in complete silence, each anticipating the murder they would soon perform. No, Bella screamed mentally, her fear escalating like my own. Suddenly, a hooded figure ran into the room, alerting the others immediately. It's time, he announced. I've just seen it, red sparks in the tunnel. Everyone rose to their feet in an instant, extracting their wands from their pockets. They didn't exchange any further words, but simply moved towards the secret passage, leaving the shack in their march towards the school. We will continue in next part.